from one of the leading heart hospitals in the country. Because when it's your heart, you don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
You think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
If you're in the Philadelphia area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later. It's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 267-535-2174. That's 267-535-2174. Don't wait. Call 267-535-2174 now. Again, that's 267-535-2174. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Freedom Care. We're here for you.
Fox News, I'm Chris DeMeo. The president's job approval has slipped below 40% in the latest Fox News poll as voters expressed concerns about the economy.
39% approve of the president's performance, with just 29% approving his handling of the economy. A little more than half of those polled said rising gas prices are a major problem for their families, with the same number saying their families' finances are worse now compared to 2 years ago.
That's Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Iran says it's reviewing the latest American proposal to end the conflict.
The U.S. is putting economic pressure on Iran after 6 weeks of ceasefire. The military boarded, then released a vessel suspected of trying to break the blockade of Iranian ports.
Fox's Jonathan Savage in London. Iran executing 2 people for creating a group to disrupt the country's security. America's listening to Fox News.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. 2 of the world's most influential companies will help guide economists and Wall Street today after NVIDIA's stronger than forecast earnings but weaker than hoped revenue forecast, and ahead of this morning's quarterly results from Walmart. We soon could see the biggest initial stock offering in the history of initial stock offerings now that SpaceX has filed to go public. A filing with the SEC says the company has chosen the NASDAQ to make its debut under the symbol SPCX. Sources tell Bloomberg SpaceX is targeting as much as $75 billion in its stock listing, which would value the company at more than $2 trillion. And SpaceX might not be the only eye-popping IPO coming down the pike. OpenAI, owner of ChatGPT, is preparing to file for its own initial public offering in the coming weeks. As for how much OpenAI could be worth, Reuters said it could be $1 trillion, but that estimate dates to last October. Could be much more now. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-444-9336, 800-444-9336, or biglou.com.
The Padres visit Philly for what's sure to be a fun midweek series on Tuesday, June 2nd and Wednesday, June 3rd, both at 6:40, and Thursday, June 4th at 1:05. Don't miss out. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com. This one's for those who serve. Phillies Salute to Service, presented by Toyota, Saturday, May 23rd at 4:05 when the Phils host the Guardians. Special theme night tickets include an exclusive bucket hat. Secure yours at Phillies.com/theme nights.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, May 21st. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers. On a Thursday in which we will be joined by Anthony Cumia coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. He'll be back again. Second time on the show as he now does a weekend show on 77 WABC in New York. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Thursday. What a difference a day makes.
Oh, yeah. The heat is gone.
Cold out there.
It is a little chilly, and it's going to be cooling off even more. Gregory.
Nick Kayal says away we go, and now Philly starts to wake. Greg's behind the glass, making sure the airwaves shake. Dawn's got the headlines lined up clean and bright. 1210 WPHT, start your mornings right.
Yeah. All right, Newman. Nice work, buddy.
Ooh, nice.
You can start off right. You can start off wrong. It's up to you.
The owner of the Philadelphia iconic Pat's Cheesesteak is forced to work in New York after wearing a Philly Sucks shirt after losing a Knicks bet.
So he paid it off?
The boss of Philadelphia's Pat's, King of Steaks, wore a Philly Sucks t-shirt and worked at a Long Island eatery Wednesday after betting against the New York Knicks. Pat's owner, Frank Olivera, you can see the photos on YouTube, youtube.com. Oh, man, Philly Sucks.
Philly Sucks cheesesteak.
Home of the Philly Sucks.
In blue and orange.
That hurts.
Pat's owner, Frank Oliveri, worked at cheesesteak joint Dario's in West Hempstead to make good on a wager he made as the Knicks and Philadelphia Sixers faced off in an Eastern Conference semifinals. The New York Knicks, well, we know, eventually bludgeoned the Philadelphia 76ers. He says, I'm over here and I'm having a ball. I'm sweating my butt off in the kitchen making cheesesteaks, Pat owner Frank Oliveri told the Post.
Wow.
Admitting he's now pulling for New York to finish the job.
Really?
The bet came as Dario's and other spots temporarily banned Philly cheesesteaks from their menus, with the restaurant owner and Knicks season ticket holder Louis Curtella rebranding their sandwich the Philly Sucks cheesesteak.
Imagine being in that kitchen on a 93-degree day.
The name went out on DoorDash menus on its way to going viral. It eventually caught the attention of Oliveri, whose family takes credit for inventing the cheesesteak. Is that true? Did he invent did his family?
Hey, that's his story?
Yeah. I think that, a lot of people over the years have claimed to be
that's it. I invented it.
The inventor of the Philly cheesesteak.
Right. A lot of people have claimed to see Bigfoot. Yeah.
He placed the bet with Critello while Philly was down 2-0 in the series. Hopefully the perennial underdog would rise from the canvas.
I tell you what, man, it is a beautiful sight and smell when you see all those onions on the grill. There's just something magical about onions and garlic.
Is there?
And peppers on a grill.
Magical.
Is there?
Just the aroma. I mean, it's not Judge Janine moisture level, but
oh my goodness,
it's in the top 5.
Phil, can you put up the last photo again? The Philly Sucks cheesesteak. Boy.
Yeah. Wow.
Hey, he paid off the bet.
Good
Come
man.
on.
Good man.
Look. Come on.
Just like you will when AOC runs and loses.
Yeah. Okay.
You'll be carrying my bag at the golf course, or if I lose, I'll be skimming your pool.
Well, that was actually. I have this. Speaking of paying off bets, since I'm here.
Yeah, this gambling segment brought to you by Kalshi. Hated by Marshall Blackburn in the Senate.
Oops.
Do you and your buddies, when you do fantasy football, do you have the loser has to do so and so?
Every now and then somebody will come up with a ridiculous bet, but we just typically play for a buy-in fee.
This is 19, Phil. Well, this happened a couple nights ago at the Royals-Red Sox game. By the way, you can see a lot of people in the stands there.
Oh, yeah. Friends and family only.
This guy had to have this sign in the...
You think you lost a bet and got embarrassed. How about this guy? It's fantastic.
I stink at fantasy football.
I don't know what he's wearing, but
he's got 30 seats on.
He is by himself with an I stink at fantasy football.
Yep.
Sign.
He's
Giant
just sitting
sign.
there. He's got a coat. Is that a cup or a phone? He's just by himself. It's like me on a Friday night. Nobody wants to hang out with me. I just surround myself with signs like I stink at life.
Each seat, because the seats are all empty around them.
Yeah.
Each seat has one letter in it.
Yeah.
I stink at fantasy football.
At least he spelled it right.
Yeah.
That's a good job out of him.
There you go.
All right. Lot to get into today. Bipartisan pushback as well as generational pushback. The older people that could be replaced by it, the young people that may never even get the chance to be replaced. AI, F you. We'll get into that this morning in the Big Take. Also, a deranged Democrat sex therapist. We need to talk about this lady and what she said. We'll kick that around. NPR. Oh, man. Sucks when you're out there in the marketplace and you have to compete, doesn't it? So what happens? You keep getting rid of people.
Oh, are they going through what every other company has gone through?
Wow.
That's not government.
Yeah.
Wow.
Welcome to corporate radio. Yeah.
That every other company has gone through layoffs.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sad.
That's all right. Update your LinkedIn. You'll be just fine. Also, more calls to save AM radio. And also, we have the cut sheet, we have Fight Club, and a whole lot more. But let's get down to business. Round number one of the news here at 6:05. We give you the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Thursday morning, May the 21st. Yeah, it looks like we've reached the high of the day. What a difference a day does make with a drop in temperatures, 30 degrees, rain today, full forecast just ahead. Phil's, not a great day for the Phils. Phil Elmquist upcoming in sports. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union this morning in Kayal and Company. And I'll begin there with weather. Crews across the region cleaning up after all the storms, complete with heavy rain, high winds sweeping through, causing a whole lot of damage and power outages across communities across our region. PECO, at the height of this thing last night, reporting 32,000 customers were without power. That was pretty much immediately after the storm last night, with about half of those outages reported in Montgomery County.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys lose power?
We did not, but the lights flickered a few times, and Olivia was asked to play in a 12 and under, the league above her, as a fill-in, and we agreed to do it. I drive her out to North Wales, and it looks like I'm driving into the heart of the storm. As soon as we pull into the parking lot 40 minutes before first pitch, kaboom, game canceled. We drove back home. Yep. Just it was kind of scary looking.
They knew it was coming, though.
Yeah.
Why did they have you drive all the way out there?
They do that every time.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like,
and then the pollen storm came through.
Oh, yeah. That was bad.
Big yellow clouds.
Yeah.
I guess that's the only, I don't know, silver lining of this storm is that all the pollen, because it was so dry and so, record heat, that we don't have to deal with all the yellow, nasty pollen.
Oh, thank God. I'm sick of it.
Nasty.
I can feel it. I can feel it in my face.
I can feel it.
I don't know if you guys have allergies. I take an allergy pill every morning. Typically, never notice the pollen, but right now, I can feel it. I can feel the pressure in my face.
Oof.
Yeah.
The worst.
You sure it's not the fat in your face?
Well, the fat is reverberating from the pressure. So the pollen comes in, the fat jiggles, and then it creates a vacuum of suction. And then I hear about the Iran war, and my head goes.
It's a sin.
It is.
It's a sin. Oh my gosh!
What a kill shot at 6:08. You sure it's not the fat? You went Macho Man Randy Sag went off the top rope on me.
I fell off my chair when he said that.
Sorry.
Holy
that is not nice.
I know.
It's pretty damn funny though.
Yeah. I go for the laugh, not for the hurt feelings.
Yeah.
So one of the hardest hit areas, we're talking about Montgomery County, the storm damage. It looks like about 2,500 to maybe less than 3,000 people are still without power at this area at this hour. One of the hardest hit areas, we're told, Pottstown, specifically Potts Grove. Several trees, huge trees, falling at an apartment complex, and the property manager there saying that it sounded like a freight train. So you may have heard there were many reports of a tornado. National Weather Service will investigate, but at this point, National Weather Service reporting that those straight line winds came through and took down the trees, sometimes uprooting them, falling on homes, like I say, falling on at least one huge apartment complex. But I don't have a confirmed touchdown of a tornado, even though I know you're hearing this morning people saying it sounded like a freight train or a crash or an explosion. Those are some of the reports that we're hearing. And I know at least at one of the scenes, American Red Cross now helping those residents because some people were unfortunately displaced. So we've got that going on. Red Cross volunteers giving some help with people as well as financial assistance, access to health services. I don't have reports of injuries, thankfully. So that's the bright side of this thing. But unfortunately now, yeah, the rain's going to continue. So kind of a messy day and a messy commute today. And you're not going to love the weekend forecast. It just got worse. Speaking of, if you're heading down the shore, maybe you've already rented a place or you have a place and you're planning to open up. And certainly many commemorations are happening this weekend as well. So we have all of that going on, the forecast affecting it. And still the Coast Guard active search going on with that 20-year-old. Initially, we were told he was 19. He just celebrated a birthday. 20-year-old college student went missing while boogie boarding down the Jersey Shore, 10th Street, Ocean City, and they still have not found him. So Ocean City officials say they're searching. That continues actually this morning, and certainly the weather is not cooperating or making their job easier. Beachgoers were being asked to avoid the 10th Street beach. I would say as of today, that's no longer an issue. Not exactly a beach day, but the past 3 days, the record heat brought many people to the beach early, and that is what happened. This kid, he's from Exton. That's what we're learning, but he and his buddies just finished finals at Hofstra University and went home to Exton, PA, and then decided to head down the Jersey Shore, do some boogie boarding, do some swimming. He disappeared. This was Monday about 5 o'clock-ish, like I say, near the 10th Street Beach, and he was struck by a huge wave. That was the last time that anybody saw him, and actually lifeguards had to rescue a buddy of his.
Are you obsessed with the story so much because it's somebody your son's age? I'm just curious because this is like the fourth time we've covered this story.
Well, it's a search and rescue.
No. I get it. Every news
everybody's
channel's
covering it.
leading with it. I'm kind of teasing, but it does seem very personal to you, Don Stenslin.
Well, yeah, I think it's all personally to me.
Yeah.
Truthfully,
Smart kid,
but yeah,
right? Goes to Hofstra.
Goes to Hofstra where David should have gone and had a lot.
Where Sean Ferris went.
Since Greg brings it up,
yeah,
Hofstra, all that scholarship money that they offered him, and
he passed on.
But who wants to live on Long Island though? What a hellhole it is! It's so far away.
Not.
I have to go up there for. I'm speaking up at Hofstra.
See?
Back, like at the beginning of June.
David could have, had lunch with you or something.
And I'm dreading it.
Yeah,
I'm dreading it.
I know, but it's a great school.
It is. It's basically an Ivy League caliber school, without being an Ivy League school. Yeah.
No, to your point though, it was all week. People were getting emotional. First of all, I just heard last night that how many people were on the beach who knew this kid. So it was a whole group that went. And so when that wave came over him, there was an immediate reaction. And so this was not a situation where there was a delay, where people were going, oh my God, he didn't resurface when that wave overtook him. And that's why the lifeguards went right into action, saved his buddy. And so I guess they have spoken to his father. They're not releasing his name or the family's name.
Yeah, it's very odd.
It is.
It's also
that's unusual.
With the confusion of the age. I thought that was interesting. Is the rule of thumb generally after 72 hours they fear the worst? Is that typically the way it goes from a rescue to a recovery?
Yeah, usually they remember I'm thinking of notably, in Bucks County when we had that storm surge that actually, just flooded the roads, like flash flooding.
Right.
And so after a few days, sometimes they will change it from a search and rescue to search and recovery.
That was the awful story where the kid got swept down the street and was recovered in the Delaware, I think.
The family with the baby they finally found later. God. So we have all of that going on. But yeah, the Coast Guard, these aren't ideal conditions. Obviously, because of the storms, they had to stall things with the search. And so it affects, when people, for example, go out in any kind of storms or flooded roadways. So even today with all of the flooding, all of the rains, they're just reminding people when you go out, if there are any flooded streets and a street is closed, please don't try to, plow through there because your car could be swept away. So we have all of that going on for sure. We also did have, I know that there were some huge fires, which some of the rain, I guess, helped a little bit, but I'll take you to the Lehigh Valley. That was last night, a huge fire on North 22nd Street in Allentown. And so pretty dramatic fire for those firefighters battling the flames. No injuries reported, but then the severe weather moving through, I would say, helped those firefighters in that case, even though they had high winds initially. But unfortunately, they're saying that fire was started by lightning. That's one of the reports that we're getting. So that investigation does remain ongoing. So a lightning, you don't hear that too often in our area. We also have another story, and this one's incredible. This is a warning going out to patients at a local dental clinic in Philadelphia's Rittenhouse Square area and Rittenhouse area.
This freaks me out, this story.
Yeah.
This story creeps me out.
So this is going out. It's making national news that these patients, a ton of them, are getting warnings, and if you're a patient or if you have been a patient, so they may have been exposed to HIV or hepatitis.
Oh my!
And that's due to what state inspectors say were unsafe practices. So this is
listen to this, Nick.
Pennsylvania Health Department, as well as Philadelphia Health Department. Dr. Kirti Chopra's dentistry license has now been suspended.
A male, possibly white.
Stop. Her practice is shut down. It's known as Smiles at Rittenhouse Square. And so this is 17th Street in Philadelphia, shut down with a major investigation. Health officials recommending patients of the clinic, you contact your regular healthcare provider immediately.
Blood test.
And get tested.
Yeah.
For hepatitis, I think 2 different types of hepatitis. Hepatitis C, hepatitis B, and HIV.
The business has now been rebranded Smile. You've got AIDS.
Stop. HIV is the virus.
I know.
that causes AIDS. But HIV, which is now they have all kinds of treatments for.
What they were reusing, like saline.
That's the reports.
Yes. Right.
Reusing a whole lot of things. So reusing.
Like here, put this in your mouth. We haven't washed it, and 16 other patients have used it.
I thought all of the utensils. I thought all of the tools were tossed away. Aren't they typically in like packets, and you rip them open, you do it on one patient,
you see them
you
do
discard
it.
them?
Yeah, you see them do it.
They went cheap on the supplies, huh?
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay.
Wow.
In Rittenhouse Square of all places.
Yes.
How did they get found out? I know that's not proper English, but how did
they get? It sounds English. How did they get found out?
Yeah.
In this case, there were multiple reports from patients who felt that something was off and claimed that they or reported that they saw that things were being reused, not properly sterilized. They were concerned that, like to Nick's point, usually they have the plastic bag and you see them, and they have the gloves, and they break open the plastic bag to use the instruments, in your mouth to clean stuff out, or the suction device. Usually that's all wrapped, sterilized.
Yeah.
And they thought something was off or amiss.
I'd hate to see how the mouthwash cups are there. My God, probably reusing those too.
And the mouthwash.
And the mouthwash.
Spitting here, it goes down a tube and comes into another thing of mouthwash.
Celery in this cup.
Chunky.
Mint? No. Leftover.
And it's funny too. This happened in Rittenhouse Square, like an area you wouldn't think something like
place
this
probably
happening.
doesn't even take insurance.
Yeah,
probably all cosmetic bougie nonsense.
Oh God.
We do have the American doctor with Ebola that we've talked about. a couple updates for you. This is the Christian Missionary Group SURGE, SERGE, with Dr. Peter Stafford, who we've talked about, working. He's a doctor who's also working with a missionary group, which, by the way, is based in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. And so in this one, we have an update. He has been flown with his wife to Germany at this point for treatment.
Can you imagine? You're just trying to get over there and do some good for the world, just help an impoverished nation.
Yeah. It's like going to get a cavity filled and getting hepatitis.
And you end up with Ebola.
Yeah.
Ebola for your troubles. That's why I'm not nice to anybody. I don't do anything kind for anybody.
Yep.
I just stay in my house.
And brush your teeth.
So what we're being told, is that here's the thing. This, as we've said, with this certain strain of the Ebola virus, which is in basically Central Africa right now in 2 countries there, including the Congo. And so in this one, Dr. Peter Stafford, he unknowingly had operated on a patient who then tested positive with this particular very tough strain of Ebola before the outbreak had been detected. And so he had operated on the patient. So he has it, but he is receiving treatment immediately. Now, he's also with this missionary group, like I say, based in Montgomery County, but he has a wife and 2 young children. So the wife, 4 young children. So the wife and children are now being monitored for Ebola.
Oh, my God. Because they were there, too?
They're there, too. You go with your whole family. That's with a missionary group.
Yeah, that's horrendous.
Ebola can be contracted, so it's through bodily fluids, meaning that with relations, it can through bodily fluids, blood, saliva, semen. It can be transmitted to another person.
Yeah.
And so this is, without treatment, 50% minimum death rate. And they say that's, or without treatment, with treatment, it's 50%, but without treatment, it's something like 85-90% death.
I hope it was good for you, honey, because I just gave you Ebola.
Yep.
So Central Africa, and they have flown the doctor, his wife, the 4 kids. They're now in Germany.
Yeah.
And so his wife, Rebecca, is 38. He's 39.
Oh,
and
God.
Rebecca they're both doctors. They're both physicians.
Yeah.
Horrendous.
It's already Trump's fault. Axios has a story out 38 minutes ago. Ebola outbreak raises alarms about Trump's global health moves. Yes, because a missionary went to a slapdick nation. It's Trump's fault.
Stop.
Yeah, okay.
Stop. The incubation period for the virus is up to 21 days.
Wow.
So that's how long they have to monitor, for example, this doctor, but anybody who has been exposed. And so he had quarantined himself as soon as he developed the symptoms, which include chills, fever, muscle aches, fatigue, nausea. And so he immediately did that, thankfully. But as far as this with his family, obviously he was with his wife and kids. And so we have that going on. 131 people there, these Central African countries, 131 dead, and 531 suspected to have been infected already. And so remember, this is the
Bundibugyo
strain of Ebola.
Mr. Bundi.
Yep.
And so during previous Bundibugyo outbreaks, the death rates range from 30% to 50%, and that depended on how quickly people receive treatment.
Ugh, just awful.
It's a horrific story, so we'll update you because technically it's a local story because his missionary group has ties to Montgomery.
I was just going to say that. I can't believe we really are the center of the world.
We are.
We really are the center of the world here.
Yep. The good, the bad, the ugly.
Yeah.
All runs through the Delaware Valley.
Yep.
And so, to your point, because we are an area where we have, universities and hospitals and people doing good things around the world, so he won't be able to come home, for example, or come back if you were to come to this area for, they would quarantine him, obviously getting treatment in Germany. But the Trump administration has restricted travel for people coming from that part of the world.
Yeah,
They're not allowed to come here.
Yeah, good.
Shut it down.
Yeah.
So
in fact, we should do that all all the time.
And cancel the World Cup.
Yeah.
And while we're at it, let's just hold off on the Olympics in 2 years as well. I don't want you coming here.
No.
We're full.
So Sometimes we talk about people famously speeding in our area, need for speed, but a Philadelphia Eagles linebacker arrested. Now we're learning about it. Was arrested last week, Friday, accused of speeding, reckless driving in Georgia. And this, according to a county sheriff's office, reporting this just yesterday. So we've just learned about it. And they've identified Eagles linebacker Nolan Smith Jr.
The Georgia drag racers.
Oh, okay.
Everybody that plays at Georgia has a need for speed.
For speed.
Just Google Georgia football players and traffic violations. You'll see a litany of stories, whether they play there now or like Dawn's talking about, former Georgia Bulldog.
Yes, so he was arrested, clocked, going because they have radar. They have radar there in Georgia. So state police are the only ones via their union that have the radar guns, can operate the radar guns. Did you know that in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
It's a union issue. So he was clocked going 135 miles an hour.
Wow.
It was a 70-mile-an-hour zone, if that helps.
He only doubled it
It
up.
wasn't a school zone or anything.
And then when he got pulled over, he told the cop this.
I doubled the size of it, you dumb person.
So, he was arrested and was released shortly after his arrest. And he will have to go to court. And I don't know the court date. I guess a future court date has been issued. So I don't know if he can. I guess in that one, you're not allowed to just pay a huge fine and just plead guilty. Maybe a virtual or a Zoom court date.
Right.
But they're saying
that moron could have killed somebody. These effing people.
Vic Fangio's like, I wish you would play at 135 miles an hour.
Yeah.
N'Kobe Dean or Nolan Smith.
Yeah. So he's 25 years young. He was, just for your background information, if you remember him, he was selected by the Eagles first round 2023 NFL draft. And so dominant Georgia defense. And so he was drafted at the time of first round draft, Jalen Carter, N'Kobe Dean, Jordan Davis. That was his class, if you will.
Yeah, how he rated the Georgia Bulldogs basically that year.
Okay.
Good move by him.
So Eagles organized team activities begin Tuesday. I don't know if they'll bust his chops or not, I imagine.
Right. Well, I mean, look, we've all gone through a school bus stop sign. Not all of us can say we've done 135 and a 70, though.
I was just going to say that.
So he was on an interstate. Were other people there? What was the hour?
You're making excuses. Oh, Stensland, you're disgraceful.
Has anybody gotten into the triple digits on their speedometer?
Never.
I don't think I have ever been. I mean, I've certainly, been 80s, maybe tipping 90, like the weather.
You've never
should be.
been in the triple?
No, God, no. No, I don't know where I would. I don't know where I would possibly be driving where I could get that fast.
I have to admit, when I was driving, because I used to drive back and forth from South Carolina all the time.
Okay,
my mommy didn't come and get me. I am. I'm on one today.
Poking and prodding. You're like a dentist with unclean tools.
Yeah, I did it by myself. I just got in my car, packed up my stuff. And
but you just said something. You had a car. David doesn't have a car.
Drove 13 hours myself.
So what were you taking, 95?
But I used to leave in the middle of the night. So I used to leave at like 10 p.m. and drive overnight.
Right. No truckers?
There was never anybody on the road, and I used to do some.
Okay.
I used to do some ungodly speeds.
I mean, once I get to 82 or 83, I get a little squeamish. I'm a very conservative individual when it comes to risk reward with my.
Well, you're driving that fast, and then there's that split second. Mm-hmm. You think of like, boy, if this truck just veers into one lane, I'm dead. Yeah.
There are some places in the middle of the country or even the Dakotas where, because remember, I went to college in Minnesota, so it's so flat, and it's just some of those you won't even find a speed limit. Like nobody cares.
Well, you don't even find people out there.
So nobody on the road, flat, dry pavement, visibility. Those are all issues.
Carl in the YouTube chat says 170 on my Ducati. Route 611 bypass. Good God, dude.
I was going to Doylestown.
I'm just saying, it depends. If you have like a Lamborghini or I don't know, Maserati, like I'm searching for just a flat, dry highway where I can test that baby out.
Yeah.
Rip,
you
open
gun
up.
that HRV?
Oh man, not the HRV, not the HERV. Hey, we are are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. You enjoy your summer plans with your money and stays hard at work with a growth checking account. First Harvest Credit Union. You earn 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more. Just visit them, firstharvestcu.com/growth. Checking for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union. Phil Almquist. Not a great day for the Phils.
Yeah, no, it wasn't, Don. We will start in baseball where the Phils lost 9-4 to the Reds, losing their first series under Manley. Schwarber didn't play for the third straight game. However, he did appear at his annual block party, which benefits Philly area first responders, military personnel, and their families. Here's Kyle.
For a cause that meant something to you before you arrived in Philadelphia, how has your connection with it changed as you, I guess, spend more time here and even attach your feelings?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is we're trying to benefit the Philadelphia area, and when you're able to go around the area and you see all the men and women who are going on a daily basis and trying to serve their community and obviously serve their nation and just try to make an impact in their lives and see, obviously there are a lot of different causes that you're able to go out there and help. And just to see, like our biggest thing is I always say it's always such a big thing. It's always trying to put a smile on people's faces. And hopefully it's an experience that they'll remember for, we always say if it's a day, a month, a year, or a lifetime, it's always worth it. So the appreciation's always grown more, and that's why we want to keep doing this and we want to keep growing.
Look at that. Schwarber's a good dude. We ought to extend the invite to the Families Behind the Badge or TMF.
Yeah.
Sounds like a guy that would ride a bike with, well, he's got a season going on, but
in the middle of the season
maybe
right now.
TMF.
And he's not even playing right now, so.
That's true.
The Phillies also announced the Faith in Baseball night schedule for this Saturday, May 23rd, has been canceled due to a, quote, uncertain forecast and staging an on-field concert featuring Need to Breathe. It'll be rescheduled in 2027, and people who bought a concert field pass will be automatically refunded. And if you have questions, contact the Phil's ticket office at 215-463-1000. In the NBA, the Thunder beat the Spurs 122-113 to tie the Western Conference Finals at 1. In the NHL, Vegas beat the Avs 4-2 in Game 1 of their Western Conference Final Series. Also, the USA Today just named Philadelphia as the best NFL city. The rest of the top five, Buffalo was 2, Green Bay 3, Pittsburgh 4, and Kansas City was 5.
I
can see that.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that list. I think that's
it's a solid list.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who was that? USA
Today, yeah.
Interesting.
Give me the teams again, Phil.
It was us 1, Buffalo 2, Green Bay 3, Pittsburgh 4, Kansas City 5. I mean, all solid.
Yeah, they all travel well. I mean, you could argue Cowboys fans, but those cockroaches have infested all 50 states.
There's no question.
Yeah, interesting.
And lastly, since Nick's big take is about big AI, let's go back to May 7th, 2002.
Let's talk about practice. We sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we in here talking about practice. I mean, listen, we talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
I'm bobbing and weaving.
Not a game. Not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man.
That's amazing.
I mean, how silly is that? We're talking about practice.
Those were the days.
I forgot about
I'm supposed to be there. I know I'm supposed to lead
I will
by
never
example.
forget about
that.
I know that.
Yeah.
And I'm not shoving it aside, like it don't mean anything. I know it's important. I do. I honestly do. But we talking about practice, man. What are we talking?
Love that.
If Lawrence Taylor was the original LT, Allen Iverson is the initial AI.
No question.
Good job out of Phil.
That is sports.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. Philly weather currently 63 degrees, and that's already going to be the high for today. Periods of rain throughout your day and cooler. Rain is basically a formality at this point. Chance of rain 100%, possibly up to over 1 inch of rain. We're going to have lighter rain this morning. Friday, 60 and cloudy. Saturday, 52 and rainy.
Hope nobody had plans this weekend to go to the shore.
Yep, 63 on Sunday with storms. Memorial Day, it'll be 70 and dry, but overcast and cloudy. So it's going to suck.
If you rented a place or you have to open up your place, this weather is actually great because everybody shops.
Yeah.
You're either just going to go to a shop or you're going to go to a restaurant.
Yeah.
Or stay home.
Speaking of restaurants.
If you rented a place, aren't you still gonna go down?
No.
Because Sunday's not a washout.
Well, it's too late to get your money back, right? Or
Yeah,
to
it's
flip
too
it
late.
to somebody else. You might as well just
So Saturday, you go
We sit there and
shop and do
stare at
stuff
one another.
inside,
and play Jenga.
and play Jenga, bond with the family, and then Sunday
Bond with the family.
And then Sunday is nicer, and then Monday is pretty nice.
Yeah.
So
at least it'll be dry and warm. Yep. All right, we'll come back, get to a Thursday morning big take. But first, let's talk about the big move here in Philadelphia, and that is Freedom Care. That's right. We have a crisis in home care in the Delaware Valley, and at Freedom Care, we know that they will take care of you when it comes to the home caregivers, and they are in short supplies, and really families that have been stretched thin. And if you've been searching Medicaid home care near me, don't wait, because this is the solution for you. Freedom Care was created for this, with over 160,000 families served and 97% satisfaction. Through Medicaid, Freedom Care lets your family choose a trusted friend or relative as the caregiver, somebody who already knows your routines and your needs. Caregivers can help with meals, medicine, bathing, and mobility, all while getting paid, sometimes daily. No long wait lists, no rotating strangers, and 100% free to you. Freedom Care handles paperwork, training, payroll, and support, so caregivers can focus on caring. If you're already caring for someone with Medicaid or ready to help, call Freedom Care today to see if you qualify. Don't let the shortage force your loved one to do without the help they need. Freedom Care. Get paid to care for a loved one. Simply call 267-459-1601. That's 267-459-1601.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
A theory prompting further research may explain red wine headaches. UC Davis researchers say a natural antioxidant called quercetin found in grape skins can interfere with how your body processes alcohol. In people with a certain genetic variant, a headache can be triggered in as little as 30 minutes. Quercetin is found in greater quantities in red wine than white. The study is published in Nature Scientific. I'm Margie Schaefer.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If your kitchen has been on your to-do list for years, Kitchen Magic has news for you. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. This May is the month to finally do it. They're offering up to 30% off kitchen renovations, plus flexible financing designed to fit any budget. Kitchen Magic has been family-owned and operated in Nazareth, PA since 1979, and their team is ready to bring your dream kitchen to life. Don't wait another year. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com, 30% off. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag Risk-free, you just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com, that's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com, that's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green, we make any dog food better.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the City Rhythm Orchestra Thursday, June 18th in a Salute to Summer concert. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 641 here on this Thursday morning, May 21st. Good to have you in. The cut sheet coming up just over 1 hour from now. Anthony Camilla will be joining us coming up at 9 o'clock for the cut sheet. So get ready to have some fun in the fourth and final hour. But first, we have to get down to business. Time for a Thursday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
AI, we see you. The artificial intelligence blitzkrieg is here, and it's in full swing, although it seems like most people have had their fill of AI. Can AI be helpful in some aspects of life? Of course. Can it be fun to play around with in your free time? Certainly. But make no mistake about it, it's not really meant to make your life easier and better. It's about the elites driving the AI fleet so they will end up with greater production at cheaper costs. They don't care about you and I. They never have, and they never will. And I said over a year and a half ago that Elon Musk was full of it when he said this. Listen and watch.
One side recommendation I have is don't worry about squirreling money away for retirement in 10 or 20 years. It won't matter.
No.
Okay.
Either we're not going to be here, or
it just it's you won't need to save for retirement. If any of the things that we've said are true, saving for retirement will be irrelevant.
If you believe that, I've also got a massive plot of land to sell you at a very cheap rate. Hit me up in the DMs for details. As of today, if you were to retire, you would need to have anywhere between $1.2 and $1.4 million to live a very nice and comfortable retirement. But Elon Musk says the following: for retirement, forget it. It may be irrelevant within the next 20 years due to AI and robotics. Musk would go on to argue that if AI dramatically reduces the cost of labor and production, the entire economic structure built around scarcity could change. If automation drives the costs of goods and services towards zero, traditional assumptions about retirement, savings, and financial security may no longer apply in the same way they do today. In that world, The real scarcity may no longer be money, but meaning, purpose, and human experience. Look, I don't care what your politics are, or which billionaires you support, or which ones you call oligarchs. Doesn't matter if you have an R in front of your name or a D in front of their name. I think that's utter nonsense. This is a further step in enriching the 1% and obliterating what's left of the so-called middle class. And America officially has AI fatigue, finally seeing it the way I saw it over 18 months ago. Here's CBS News in the field covering the AI-themed commencement speeches in America. Listen and watch.
The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution.
I say boo louder.
The boos are appropriate. I see what the concern is about.
Commencement speakers have been booed when they mention AI in their graduation speeches.
It was the architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting.
AI is rewriting production as we sit here. I know it. Deal with it.
And the class of 2026 doesn't want to hear it.
It just shows that people are upset about what's competing with their own jobs.
I'm a computer science major, so this is an internal turmoil that I have in my head as well. But it is really cool what AI can do, but I feel like right now what they're doing with AI has, like, they're just kind of ruining the world.
People don't want it to replace them. Like, I get the concerns, but like, also, I think if you don't want it to replace you, you should be able to use it to your advantage, too.
Thousands of people have been laid off this year because of AI. And the unemployment rate for college grads is the highest it's been in about 5 years, at 5.7%.
It makes sense to have a concern about your job, perhaps in entry-level positions, post-grad being taken by artificial intelligence. I think there's no reason for a commencement speaker to bring it up. However, I think it also is something that shouldn't be entirely viewed as negative. Like, you know, if we're always scared of innovating and means of efficiency and increasing productivity, like, we won't go anywhere. I think people are pretty disappointed with the job market, honestly, and I think they're taking that frustration out on AI.
The Wall Street Journal reports the following headline: The American rebellion against AI is gaining steam. They write, quote, booed commencement speakers, blocked data centers, plummeting poll numbers. Fast-growing industry has a faster-growing crisis. The only thing growing faster than the artificial intelligence industry may be Americans' negative feelings about it, as former Google chief executive Eric Schmidt found out firsthand Friday at the University of Arizona. Listen and watch this.
Last December, Time magazine selected its Person of the Year for 2025. And this time, it was the architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting. It will touch every profession, every classroom, every hospital, every laboratory, every person, and every relationship you have. I know what many of you are feeling about that. I can hear you. There is a fear. We do not know the precise contours of what this transformation will look like. Choose a diversity of perspectives, including, let me add, and if you'd let me make this point, please.
Nobody in America wants to hear a big tech CEO telling them how good it will be. We see right through you. And I love this. I actually can feel the bipartisan disdain for these developments. Doesn't matter if you're a Republican laborer or a liberal nerd in academia, we're all the targets. The Washington Post with this headline, quote, for 15 years after the Great Recession, young Americans flooded into college computer science programs to grab a stable, high-paying career. AI, however, now threatens to undermine that dependable path to a secure and certain future for the class of 2026. I have long thought for 3 or 4 years now that trades are the way to go. We've discussed that extensively on this show over the last 2.5 years. However, you will be targeted as well. Your respectable, skilled, trained craft will absolutely be replaced by automation or robots if an industry has the technology and the cost analysis done that benefits their bottom line. And this now leads us to data centers. Gone are the days of the cloud to store info. Now we have higher energy bills, loud buzzing and humming, and massive centers going up all over the country. A convenience to big tech, but an inconvenience to everyday people. According to the latest Gallup poll, Phil, if you could, please post this graphic on YouTube. 7 in 10 Americans oppose local construction of AI data centers in their area. On a survey done in March, 48% strongly oppose it, 23% somewhat oppose it, and only 27% actually favor it. And in a shocker, how about this for a headline from Axios? Quote, Democrats have become more skeptical of AI technology and the industry behind it, while Republicans are significantly more likely to trust most AI companies. That according to the Axios-Harris poll of 100 rankings. Didn't see that coming. Now, why is that? Is it perhaps because Trump is in office? He's buddies with Elon and other big tech guys, all of whom have largely gone from being against him 4 or 5 years ago to kissing his butt? Perhaps. But if you think Republicans will win over the Utes with embracing AI, go back to the clip I played from CBS just a few moments ago and think again. As Forbes writes, the dangers of artificial intelligence span immediate, real-world risks and theoretical long-term threats. Primary concerns include massive job disruption, the proliferation of deep fakes and AI-powered scams, and severe algorithmic bias in the criminal justice system, profound environmental and energy costs from massive data centers, and the eventual loss of control over super intelligent systems. Job markets, major concern. Scams, major concerns. An algorithm bias in the criminal justice system? I mean, it's bad enough we have rogue justices masquerading around as activists and DAs who are really defense attorneys. Now throw this added ingredient into the pot, and we'll have an even worse crime in progressive hellholes. Energy costs, bad enough as it is. I don't need to be whacked for a data center right now that's 0.8 of a mile from my house. And to wrap, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to play a clip of Bernie Sanders that I actually agree with. Look, even a broken clock is correct twice a day. Listen and watch.
AI, automation, and robotics could lead to nearly the loss of 100 million jobs in America over the next decade, including 40% of registered nurses, 47% of truck drivers, 64% of accountants, 65% of teaching assistants, and 89% of fast food workers. In other words, what we're going to see is AI and robotics impacting not just blue-collar workers, but white-collar workers as well.
Bernie's numbers could be as exaggerated as RFK Jr. numbers at times, but the general premise is true. AI is coming for me, and it's coming for you. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT, and, of course, in the YouTube chat. We'll get everybody's thoughts in just a moment, but, Phil, I just want to play K3 because I said that this is a bipartisan concern. I gave you old man kooky Bernie Sanders. Now I'll give you young Republican Josh Hawley from Missouri. Let's hear Josh Hawley's thoughts on the threats of AI. Phil, this is clip K3. Let's roll this.
I wanted to ask you about artificial intelligence. College graduates have been booing AI at their ceremonies this week, whether it's been reading it out or they're just booing every mention of AI. What do you make of that?
Well, I make of it the fact that a lot of these college grads don't have jobs. You know, I was talking to a group of college grads recently, college seniors actually, and they were giving me very similar sentiments about AI. They were saying that they can't find jobs, that, you know, like 30-40% of them are unemployed, and they blame AI for this. And, you know, I mean, they may well be right. We've got to make some choices about AI to make sure it actually is good for the American workforce. And I think a lot of these college grads don't think it will be.
It seems like big tech is really implementing their ways here. More data centers are popping up, and as that happens, it seems jobs for college grads are going down. I mean, what can you do about it?
Well, I think we've got to go in the opposite direction. We want to see new technology create jobs, not destroy jobs. And this is why we ought to pass legislation right now that would require these tech companies to turn over the data on how many jobs they're creating or how many jobs they're destroying. We ought to collect that data from all across the workforce. And then we ought to make sure that AI is getting implemented into these workforces in a way that actually creates jobs and gives rights to workers and doesn't take them away. So in my state, I can also tell you people do not want data centers. I mean, it's just in town after town in Missouri, people are showing up at these meetings, county commissioner meetings, the Public Utility Board meetings, and are saying, please don't put a data center in our community. I think elected officials need to listen to that.
There you go. Josh Hawley, young, old, Democrat, Republican, college grads, or skilled laborers. Everybody opposing what is going on. We'll get everybody's thoughts, get Dawn and Greg to jump in as well. 855-839-1210. Your thoughts when we continue. Hour 2 of Kayal and Company is on the way on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ashley's Furniture. Find unbeatable savings on the hottest styles during Ashley's Memorial Sale. Save up to 20% off on all Ashley furniture or enjoy 60 months no interest financing with no minimum purchase. These Memorial Day deals won't last long, so now's the time to upgrade. Shop today at Ashley's. Thank you for sponsoring all the news and weather this hour.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Summer is almost here, and it's the perfect time to start stocking up on easy treats from Tasty Cake. The baked peach pie is a sweet, fruit-filled snack that feels like warm weather is on the way. And the lemon cupcakes are perfect for backyard hangs, weekend outings, and all those busy on-the-go summer days that are right around the corner. So next time you're at your local grocery store, grab a few. Simple, fun, and ready for the season ahead. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Spring is here, and that means wind, rain, and roofing problems. When it comes to protecting your home, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Family owned and operated for 53 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry. That's experience. That's integrity. That's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
I'm Emma Greed, host of Aspire with Emma Greed, a podcast where I sit down with people who don't just dream big, they build big. From culture-shaping voices like Mel Robbins to leaders redefining success like Tracy Ellis Ross to game-changing entrepreneurs like Mark Cuban. Aspire is about mindset, ambition, and doing the work that actually moves the needle. If you're ready to raise your standards and take charge about the life and career you're building, Aspire is where you start. Follow and listen to Aspire with me, Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're like me, dental visits meant cleanings twice a year until suddenly they didn't. As teeth age and wear down, small issues can become complex problems. That's where expertise matters most. At Bent's Dental Group, board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz specialize in advanced and complex dental care. They deliver precise diagnosis and customized treatment plans designed for your long-term health. Call 610-272-6949 or visit bentsdentalgroup.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is 7 o'clock. Happy Thursday to everybody as we get hour number 2 off and running here. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show on YouTube. Hit all the buttons. Follow everything. Like everything. Download everything. Make this show an obsession for you in your personal life. Get the podcast on iTunes as well. Rate, review, and subscribe. So, Dawn, I'll start with you. Your thoughts. I mean, you've got boys that are about to be entering the workforce. And also you, Greg, none of us are getting any younger. And in the world of ever-evolving media, where dollars and cents get trimmed back, and if automation can take the place of a human, it's certainly on the table. What's going through your mind with AI in America?
I think that it also depends on your attitude. We all have to be ready to reinvent ourselves, and we're doing that every day, whether or not we realize it or not.
Dawn is correct.
You think about Google, they just announced, so think about the biggest, the place that basically invented the search box. And we all do it every day. So for people who say, I don't use AI, if you Google, then you use that technology every single day. And so now Google just announced that they're doing AI, more generated, they call it the agents. And so now they're adding the features because obviously they could be antiquated, which is incredible. So if you think about these huge companies like Google, then think about this, that just as these companies every single day have to stay ahead of the curve because we're in this incredible age of reinvention. And it happens about every 100 years. And so I think that it's like head on a swivel. We all, each and every day, have to think, okay, how can I reinvent myself? How do I stay limber and mobile and move with the times? And so you can either say, I don't want to change. I like it the old way. Or I think the attitude to have is to say, this is an exciting time. So let's see where this goes and how I can go with the flow. I think as far as professions go, I'm fascinated by Elon Musk. He has said things that fascinate me where he says, this will improve your quality of life and you won't have to work as much. I think for people like us, we were raised to think that working hard is part of your ethos. It's part of who you are and what you are. And so now what they're talking about is to be emotionally intelligent. It's like, what's that?
Yeah, work smarter, not harder. No?
It's not the jobs in the future. Think about what robots cannot do. So
show personality and emotion.
Yeah, emotional intelligence. That's the big, that's been a key word for probably 10, 15 years, emotional intelligence. But those jobs and I would say our jobs involve
I'm glad you're bringing
emotional
that up.
intelligence.
You're the perfect person to ask because you wear two different hats. You give news and you give opinion. I would argue that it's very difficult for artificial intelligence to replace personalities on the air from the standpoint of people that want to listen to people that give details about their shared and lived experience, the ball busting of Greg Stocker, the ranting and raving of yours truly over a tip at a restaurant. We'll get to that coming up later. But no disrespect to anybody in news, but if you're only giving fact-based news with no opinion, no slant, well, if I just enter what happened in the city of Philadelphia last night into the AI system, couldn't, in theory, your news be replaced by a robot? Now, you're not going to get your personal spin or your personal opinion or your delivery or your pleasant demeanor as you give the news. But if you just want, hey, okay, there was a shooting last night and here's the temperature and Bobby drowned in the ocean. I mean, can a robot do that?
And that's just it. In traditional news reporting, where you're just giving those facts in a robotic manner, which some news entities do, that's their delivery.
KW.
And so if that's what you're doing, then perhaps. But think about what happens during the news. So Greg brings up, are you internalizing this with your son? And we're talking about Hofstra. And actually those complexities where you're dealing with emotion, where you're thinking about people emotionally at the beach, responding to this, those empathy, things of that nature, the robots cannot replicate. So the way I see it is that anything that involves complex, emotional type of breakdowns and those layered responses or layered reporting or jobs that involve that, or dancing. Robots, there was just a robot that came out yesterday from I think it was Japan. It was pretty funny. But robots can't dance.
Neither can Kayals.
They can't dance. A lot of white men. No,
I just feel like this is we're everybody's lighting their hair on fire over technology that is not perfected yet. It's very I'm going to give you an example of what I'm talking about in just 1 second. But Dawn is 1 billion% correct when she says reinventing yourself, innovation, that's what made this country great. And she's right. Every 100 years or so, the way we do things changes. Did I ever think when I started in this business 20 years ago, 25 years ago, that we would be broadcasting basically live on television as we're doing the show? Did I think that I, along with two other people, would basically create it out of nothing here? You know what I mean? No, this is a radio show. We do the Odyssey app has pauses and you can rewind, you can skip things you don't like, and you can go back and listen to all of that has changed. It's innovation. It's reinventing yourself. You just have to stay on top of it and be like, hey, you know what? Look at this thing over here. How is this going to make my job easier? Could this replace me? If so, how do I make myself invaluable to what I'm going to do? I want to play this for you. I just found this. This is the, we talk about these graduations all the time in these commencement speeches. This is in Arizona College. The president got booed after AI bot malfunctions.
Boy, Arizona's had a rough stretch.
We talked about this yesterday, about how parents and kids were all up in arms over the fact that AI was going to read the names like John Smith, and everybody applauds, and John Smith comes up and gets his diploma or her diploma. Well, that happened last night, and the AI malfunction and started reading wrong names in the wrong order, and everybody started booing. Roll this.
Finalizing our next steps. Thank you.
This is Glendale Community College.
This is why we have critical thinking skills going on. Graduates, everyone who is standing, here's what's happening. We're using a new AI system as our reader. So that is a lesson learned for us. What we were able to do, though, is each of you were able to walk the stage and get a picture, which is what I would hope would be the most meaningful.
Certain boo.
They called the wrong names. The wrong names were up on the screen as people were walking.
So
Why doesn't she just read the list?
Exactly.
I know.
It's a
We will
community
not be able
college.
to walk the stage.
Yeah, she sounds like a community college grad.
It's
stuttering and stammering, but good God, lady.
But she's the example of antiquated, so she can't think.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, I'm just gonna tap dance.
Yep.
I'm gonna impromptu. We're live, and we're gonna grab the list,
Yep.
and we're gonna read the list. And instead of the screen having your name, just put the video on the screen so everybody can see your face getting the diploma.
Right.
Your name's not going to be up there because they're not going to time it out or whatever. And just go with it, lady. But she's an example of people who will be left behind.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
A lot of people want to jump in, 855-839-1210.
One more thing, too, since we're talking about AI, Trump was asked about this yesterday. This is 5, Phil. I think that you played who? Josh Hawley?
Hawley and Bernie.
I think Hawley and Bernie are wrong, and I think Trump is absolutely correct here. Roll this.
Message to American families who are scared by the rise of AI. They're worried that their kids are not going to be able to have jobs someday because AI will
I'll tell you, AI has been amazing because right now we have more jobs, more people working right now in the United States by far than we ever had before. And outside of the war, and I assumed the economy was going to go down, the stock market.
All right, we don't need his rambling there, but he is correct with the fact that like this can actually work to our advantage if people are inventive enough and smart enough to realize that this is like you can't stop this. The toothpaste is already out of the tube with this. So to in AI, it needs to be how can you make this job? How can you use it to your advantage to make your job one easier, more efficient, better, all of that stuff.
But
you know what I mean?
But you're assuming, though. I guess we're on different pages here, which is great. Well, you're assuming that your employer is still going to keep you around to utilize AI to reinvent yourself, unless you're an entrepreneurial spirit where you're going to use it to reinvent yourself as your own business owner. You don't have a say. You know, if David Yageroff came in here and said, "Hey, Kayal and Company is no more. We're going to artificial intelligence," and I say, "But Yad, I'm going to reinvent I've been reinventing myself."
No,
they don't look at it that way.
You have to see the trend before it happens. That's why we got on YouTube 3 years ago.
Well, sure.
And the sports station just did it a year ago. You know what I mean? Like there are. I took the initiative. I saw this trend going. I didn't want to be left behind. I wanted to be ahead of the curve. So I did that. And also, like, you have to, like, people who use ChatGPT and all this stuff for papers and all that, like, you really have to check it because it's kind of easy to see when AI writes something. You know what I mean? Like it's not so you can use it to your advantage is my point in a way that is not going to replace you, but it'll make your job more efficient.
No, that's valid. I mean, I guess I could, in theory, do the big take with artificial intelligence.
Well,
you would know it's not my work because it would be grammatically correct.
Cobra on the YouTube chat just asked after your big take if AI helped you write the big take at all.
No. Did you hear my delivery? It's my verbiage.
not the way you read it. I mean the writing.
Well, I'll actually post the copy. You can see the writing. Hey, I didn't write it.
I know. Look, there are talk show hosts. I know this for a fact. Yeah. We don't do this here, but there are talk show hosts I know that go through the list of topics they have for that day, put it into ChatGPT, and ask for the best. What's the best topic for this? You know what I mean? Like
I can
AI.
never do that. I when I read, even like with like live reads here, some of them are really well written. Some of them are written by fourth graders. But like if it's not the way I speak, I have trouble delivering it. Like it needs to be the way I am. Like so, I could never use artificial intelligence where I'm going to have say, hey, I need this, spit this out for me, and then I'm going to deliver it to an audience, whether it's on the radio or a commencement or whatever. If it's not me, it sounds odd. The delivery is off. So
can I play this too? This is 9B. This is Reese Witherspoon. And before everybody, he was like, "Oh, an actress," and stuff like that. She, the New York Times, by the way, ripped her apart for this. She went on Instagram or something like that, and she encouraged moms to try AI before they ingest the anti-AI pablum as truth. Roll this.
Time to learn about AI. I was with 10 women at a book club yesterday, and I said to the 10 of them, how many of you guys use AI? And only 3 of them used AI. And then I said, how many of the 3 of you feel like you really know what you're doing or they're using it the right way? And that was only 1 person. So if 3 out of 10 women are the only ones using AI, that means 70% of that group is not keeping up. The thing I've learned about technology is if you don't get a little bit of understanding from the very beginning, it just speeds past you. So you have to have little bits of learning just to keep up. And let's get real, our kids are all using this every single day. I think we should learn the basics together and learn some really good tools that are gonna make our everyday lives easier and better. Do you want me to share what I'm learning with you?
So, my point in this is that, and by the way, the New York Times wrote an op-ed excoriating her, how she's out of touch, she's a liberal, or not a liberal, but an elitist who, doesn't have to worry about that because she's made all of her money, blah, 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 blah.
The New York Times wrote that.
The New York Times wrote that in an opinion piece.
Okay.
But...
Which is bizarre.
She's absolutely 100% correct.
She is.
In what she's saying. Is that you can't just sit there and stomp your feet and be like, well, things used to be different and I don't like, it's not, nothing's like that. Yeah. And yes, some entry level jobs might go away, but it also opens the door for a lot of other things and it makes you able to. Yeah. Elon Musk is correct when he says that it will make us more efficient and we won't have to work as much, because if you think about it, all the monotonous jobs you have, or the part of your job that's monotonous, you can probably have ChatGPT or train a robot or something.
I get that,
to help you.
Sure,
streamline that.
But
and
do you agree
make it quicker?
Do you agree with Elon when he says you're not going to have to worry about retirement?
I don't.
10 to 20 years from now, it's not about money.
No, I think that's him in his autistic state. Wishing, hoping that seeing things. I'm not saying that disparagingly. I'm saying that he sees things differently than the rest of the world does. So I just think that's him saying oh yeah, I could definitely see a world where we don't need this. But no, I don't see that as a reality.
I mean, Dawn, you talk about it all the time. You're going to be working till you die because of you're not going to be able to retire because you have kids and you're working ready. So on one hand, we have this notion of people that walk around saying, I'm never going to be able to retire. And then here's the wealthiest guy on the planet saying, in a decade, that whole 401k thing, don't worry about it, bro.
But you and Dawn are actually great examples of people who have reinvented themselves and have great careers now. You know what I mean? So it is 1 billion% possible to, not to bring up bad subjects, but Dawn had the weight of the world on her shoulders for a long time, and she rose above that and is thriving now. And Nick, you were working construction or doing landscaping,
right.
And now you're on a top-rated morning show doing political talk.
And look, I've never had the weight of the world on my shoulders, but I do have the weight of the world around my waist right now. And I'm telling you, it's pulling me down.
But what I'm saying is that you too are prime examples of reinventing yourselves and being able to do this. So the people out there be like, oh, my job is going to be replaced. Don't let it. Don't let it.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I've learned in my life, and part of the interesting piece of Reese Witherspoon is she's talking about moms. So I think that for women, when we think about the women's movement, I'll just interject this, that a lot of women felt left behind because do right now because they feel like I have to have my career first. I think the one group of people who will be helped so much exponentially are women who want to have kids and have them younger, so that you don't have to have that feeling of, oh, you have to go to college, then you have to have your career, establish your career. I think that AI will be able to assist women and families into motherhood better than any any revolution that we've seen. And so I think the greatest group that this will benefit, initially women, but who does that really help? Because I think moms are good for the world. I think that motherhood and celebrating motherhood is great for that was one of the reasons as well I reinvented myself to go from TV news, then to a talk show host, and then to radio was because it's really hard when you have little kids.
Sure.
To be work 50, 60 hours a week.
Yeah.
AI will help refine that.
I know a lot of people want to jump in. I see David. I see Charlie. Hang tight. We're going to get your call because I know you want to talk about how it's affected your job. Let me just read a poll question and a text that we got. If you've seen it, go to 1210 WPHT on X. We have a poll question. Phil, if you could also maybe throw this exactly, copy and paste it into the YouTube chat for a poll, that'd be great. How do you feel about AI? Makes life and work easier? Hate it? It will replace me? Cautiously concerned? Not sure. Would love your comments. Our buddy Steve Pacraduni, who not only doubles in politics, but also has a full-time day job, and I believe he works in the automotive industry, in the mechanic industry. He says in a text, a bunch of complaining college kids with dumb degrees. Look, I mean, yes, there's a lot of worthless degrees out there. He says the USA needs to get on board with AI and be the leader or get left behind by China. But here's what I would say. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but I would think about it right now. We just talked about Zioli, right? He had his surgery. Mm-hmm. But we've had in the cut sheet AI doing surgeries where doctors are in a different state and they're able to perform a surgery, right?
Not to put too much of Rich out there, but like the reason he waited so long to get this surgery done was he was talking to other physicians about a robotic way to do it. So it's not the old-fashioned way of like you're lying on a table, they cut open your chest, you know what I mean, with the zipper scar and all that stuff.
Which is my point with Steve's text where, like, Steve, if they can operate on you with AI robotically, don't you think that they could probably replace oil in a Ford robotically? I mean, in theory, you could get rid of all the Jiffy Lube mechanics out there and have robots just do it and be far cheaper. I mean, if we're willing to risk our life on an operating table with a robot, a 2021 F-150 that's over mileage, I'm pretty sure there's a robot that could do that eventually if they want to go down that road.
The number one job Forbes listed, the sort of AI-proof jobs, and this is other than the trades as far as we've talked about that, electricians, plumbers. Number one, nurse practitioners. Number two, choreographers. Number three, physician assistants. 4, mental health counselors. And then it goes into coaches and scouts, athletic trainers. So it's interesting to me, the mix here. Therapists, like marriage therapy, that sort of thing. Why nurse practitioners over doctors? Because a nurse practitioner has to have that level of personal care. So anything that involves personal emotional intelligence, that's what I'm speaking of, then those types of jobs, mental health counselors, psychiatrists who are dealing with patients, patient care, individualized, those types of things are the jobs that robots and AI have because it's so complex. Yeah. Human emotion is something that's very complex and is very difficult for a computer to replicate.
It is. 855-839-1210.
By the way, go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Phil put up the poll question. How do you feel about AI? You can vote there now. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit that like and subscribe button while you're there.
That's right. Your call's coming up next. Cut sheet just over 20 minutes from now, but we all know that I love first responders. A big advocate, a big fan, a big supporter of the police. So I am asking you once again to support the Bend to the Shore bike tour. It's coming up on Sunday, July 26th. That's right. We are just about 2 months away. And a ton of options here for you. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to Atlantic City, which a majority of us do, 30 miles from Hamilton, or 10 miles from Galloway. Family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You'll finish. I'll come in 2 hours later, huffing and puffing. We'll all have a good time. You can register to ride with me and Team 1210. Doesn't matter if you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit ben2shore.org. And when you sign up with the code NICK1210, they will take $25 off of your registration fee. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. Let's show everybody how WPHT and Odyssey support law enforcement. Bend to Shore, organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a local nonprofit that provides financial relief to families of fallen and injured first responders and fosters a positive relationship between police officers and children and provides mental and emotional well-being resources to first responders.
Hey, get ready to ride in style this summer with that new or certified luxury vehicle. You've been wanting it, now go get it with a little help from my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're always here for you in your unique vehicle search, and that's across our region. Yeah, that's right, the Piazza Premium family featuring dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. So find your Mercedes-Benz, your BMW. What about that Porsche, Infiniti, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Jaguar, or Land Rover? PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Make a splash this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Save up to $5,000 on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs, plus an extra $1,500 instant rebate. Or upgrade to an endless pool swim spa and save up to $10,000. Visit Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jamison, Exton, Plymouth Meeting, or Marlton. Or online at springdancehottubs.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Philadelphia, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've gotten payroll and support, so you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Philly families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 267-489-1601. That's 267-489-1601. Call now. 267-489-1601. 267-489-1601.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop. The entire team is fantastic. Family owned and operated for more than 60 years, helping us find the perfect firearm, learning how to use it safely and effectively. Bob's will help you every step of the way, even through the permit application process. They have hands-on training with certified NRA instructors and range safety officers to help you. Ladies, you got to sign up for one of their last women's events for the summer. It's coming up Sunday, June 7th, starting at 2 p.m. The event is perfect for beginners or experienced shooters. No firearms ID card, no experience needed. Visit bobslittle sportshop.com to sign up for Bob's all-female shoot, but you gotta sign up because this event will fill up. And guys, it's the perfect place to get gear, ammo, and of course the absolute best selection of firearms anywhere with the best people. Bob'sLittleSportShop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across our lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing. And ask about our veteran specials. It's our way of saying thank you to those who served. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive in Royersford or online at TriCountyToyota.com. With approved credit. Final price includes $4.90 doc fee. Expires June 1st, 2026.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
What's on the cut sheet? We all find out in just over 15 minutes' time as we continue Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
Can I, Anthropic, that's the Claude. It's one of the AI things.
Companies.
Yeah. The CEO, Dario Amodei, predicts AI leading to a 10% unemployment rate.
Cool.
However, the GDP growth is going to be off the charts.
Oh.
Roll this.
This technology is it's going to take us to a world where we have very high GDP growth and potentially also very high unemployment and inequality. Now, that's not a combination we've almost ever seen before, right? You think of it as high GDP growth, that's lots of stuff to do, lots of jobs for everyone. It's always been like that in the past. We've never had a technology that's this disruptive. So the idea that we could have 5 or 10% GDP growth, but also, 10% unemployment, it's not logically inconsistent at all. It's just never happened that way before. No. And I'm really quite, for those both reasons, excited and worried. Mm-hmm. If I take an example, something like AI coding, the latest model we released, Claude Opus 4.5, I have some engineers, some engineering leads within Anthropic who have basically said to me, I don't write any code anymore. I just let Opus do the work and I edit it. We just released a new thing called Claude Cowork. We can go into that later, but this was a version of our tool, Claude Code, for non-coding. This was built in a week and a half, almost entirely with Claude Opus. There are still things for the software engineers to do, right? It's like, even if the software engineers are only doing 10% of it, they can, they still have a job to do, or they can take a level up. That's not going to last forever. The models are going to do more and more. And so
your unemployment rate will be 10%, which is going to suck. But, the GDP will be bumping and grinding. I love that. That's like Trump and certain bigwigs that say, oh, the stock market's at 50,000. Oh, it's great. But you can't afford your groceries. That's what that's like. This is my concern. And I'm going to put this right on 47's lap. Don't forget, homie, your base is farmers and blue-collar workers, not big tech, not Silicon Valley, not Larry Ellison, not Elon Musk, not Jeff Bezos, not Zuck. Don't forget that. I'm just saying. But the GDP will be great.
What's interesting, I don't see any consensus, so everybody has a different forecast on this, but they all agree that unemployment goes up because think about it. You have a time of incredible, fast-moving reinvention. And so everybody now has to pivot. And so that's in real time, that's what's going on. Like my sons, David's, this is his freshman year. Michael's next year goes into junior year. But the truth is that this age group right now, let's say between 17 to 25, it affects you the most.
What are their majors, by the way? Are they in a major justice degree? And here I am in broadcasting and acting.
Yeah.
Justice degree, and here I am in broadcasting and acting.
Yeah, that's just it.
Yeah.
That I always think that if you get a liberal arts degree, which essentially a journalism degree is,
right?
That if you don't know what you want to do, that's a great degree.
Sure.
other than actually learning a craft, learning a trade.
Right.
And I think that's important too, to know how to build stuff.
Right. Yep. 855-839-1210. All right, let's get to all of your calls. Appreciate everybody hanging patiently. Let me actually start locally. Charlie is in Philadelphia, and he has an AI story. Charlie, you go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, about, I don't know, over 10 years ago, because I've been retired for 10, but I'd say 12, 15 years ago, I was working up in Bristol. I guess that's the area right off the river. And there's an industrial park back there, and you drive through a regular neighborhood, and all of a sudden, a giant industrial park, like nothing I've ever seen. These giant buildings, I don't know, blocks and blocks, square by blocks and blocks. I mean, huge buildings. No ID on them, just maybe a number on the corner, and no names of any companies or anything. And I stopped and asked the security guard riding around the security car, and talking to him for a few minutes. I said, "Man, how did they build this up here?" And they go, "It's very expensive. They must have tied things up." He goes, "No. All those panels came in from trucks from Mexico, and they just slapped them up with a crane." I'm like, "Wow, prefab, everything's prefab." He said, "Yeah." Anyway, we go in this building, and it's almost done. There was other people in there before us. We're here for a couple of days putting ductwork in the floor, and in the ceilings, finishing up. Is just computer banks, all in these rooms, these giant hallways with rooms, unmarked rooms too, just numbers on the doors. And the one day I was working, going in and out or leaving or something, I seen a guy with a lab coat on, and I said, "Hey, buddy, can I ask you a question?" He said, "Sure, what's up?" I said, "What is this place?" He said, "Data." I went, "What do you mean data?" He said, "It's information." I said, "Information on what?" He said, "Everything. Insurance, medical, everything you can think of. There's info." I said, "Well, what's the point of that?" He said, "Information is power. Knowledge is power."
Yep.
I said, "Man, that's kind of creepy." I got like a chill, and I walked away. And I mean, this is a long, long time ago. You know what I mean? It's at least 10 years ago. This stuff's been going on.
Right.
That I didn't know about. I'm sure most people didn't know about. And here it is. We wake up, and here it is. It's here. It's not coming. It's here. That's what I'm trying to say.
So the year's the year's 2013, and you saw a data center, and nobody even knew what that was back then.
I didn't know what it was, and now I'm thinking it's right next to the river too. They're saying these places need all kinds of water for their computers or something to keep them cool and stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the ductwork we're putting in was all on the floor, which is to cool off computers.
Yep.
So I mean that is what it was for. I mean the data center, but I mean there was nobody there that I ever seen except that one guy and a security guard.
Oh.
It's just it's. But it's storing data on somebody. It probably knows my dog's name from when I was a kid. You know what I mean? It's incredible.
Yeah, it is.
It's really scary. And I was also thinking if there's some kind of a revolution or something, those buildings could house a lot of people. You stuck them in there too. You know what I mean? The size of them.
Well, I mean, they're going up everywhere. I mean, we've seen, Dawn, you've had them in your big threes, Jersey, Chester County, these people that are, outside of the city that think they've escaped all the nonsense, have peace of mind, have quiet, and then all of a sudden, the humming noise.
Which they continue to claim that's made up, that it doesn't make that noise.
It's just a figment of their imagination.
How about that? By the way, the New York Federal Reserve Bank came out with research in the past week or so, and they said the computer science majors, they're having the most trouble right now, which makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Finding more jobs. Humanities majors, and that's why I was mentioning David. And so somebody who's anywhere in the humanities or communication business, depending on what you're doing, nuances, then those jobs, they're actually finding jobs. And I think it's because if you're in any of the humanities majors, you automatically have what we're talking about. The empathy jobs or the jobs where it requires, quote unquote, emotional intelligence. And so those communication jobs, I think, are critical jobs. I'll just say one more factoid because I was looking all this up as we're talking. Different CEOs, you mentioned one. Verizon CEO Dan Schulman recently predicted unemployment will rise up to 30%.
Oh, cool.
Within the next 5 years.
Oh, that's fear-mongering.
Yeah.
So, can I read a tweet from XLR8ing?
Yes, I saw that. Go ahead.
He says, hot take, AI fear-mongering in America may be enemy-assisted. Our adversaries want us paralyzed by fear while they race ahead. This is a national security issue. Lead, adapt, and dominate, or fall behind.
That's basically what I said.
History doesn't reward the fearful.
That's what, when we first came out of the big take, that's absolutely what I feel. And it is, here's what it takes, though, what you're talking about, Greg, from that quote. It takes humility, because your job, when you say my job, unless you created your company, it's not your job.
True.
It's true.
You work for somebody,
of course,
at their grace.
That's right.
Right? That's my job. I don't own this job or this space. So unless you created your own company, God bless you if you have your own company.
Yep.
But it's not my job or your job. And so what I've learned over the years in working at all different jobs and careers, so it's not yours to begin with. And so the only thing that I can control each and every day is my attitude. The only thing I can control every day is my level of humility, just being humble. And so that's why I always tease and I say, until the day I die, I'll have some job, even if it's, how would you like those eggs?
Back to where you started.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
That's nothing wrong with that, sir.
By the way, so I played the Anthropic CEO. Let me play the Palantir CEO, Alex Karp. This is cut 10. About basically arguing what that last text or tweet guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy, Nick.
Yeah, he's got a haircut, man.
He's smarter than all of us, and he has more money than all of us.
Probably a good time on the weekend too.
Cut 10. Roll this.
If we didn't have the adversaries we'd have, I would be very in favor of pausing this technology completely. But we do. And that's why pausing is just, you can't pause it because it's a structural advantage both for LLMs and algorithms. So leaving, getting algorithms and LLMs to work in a classified context is going to take very specialized, I could explain how it works, but the fact is this is going to be a bonanza for the U.S. economy.
How concerned are you about China right now?
Everyone's very concerned. I think we were in a conversation this morning where I referenced, when we started first talking about China and America, and I was saying that this was not going to end well. That was a controversial statement. Now it's consensus. America is fairly unified in its idea that, that China and people running China are not acting in a way we can accept. And I think the consensus, if I had to guess, in China is, we're never going to get this back on the rails with America, so we should up the aggression.
Oh, look, I have no problem kicking China's ass in any category or any department. I'm all for that. But everybody says, the economy is a personal thing to each person. So it's going to be great for the economy. All right. Is it going to fix the affordability crisis in the country? Is it going to change wages? Are wages going to at least match, if not exceed, rising costs of products, goods, and services? Or is it just a stock market thing? Or is it just a GDP thing, which most Americans don't capitalize or cash in on? And I know everybody's kind of tied into the stock market with your 401k. But if you're not retiring today, you're probably, and especially if you're not a panicking, you're not checking your 401k every single day.
But if you are, it's doing quite well.
It is.
The National Bureau of Economic Research, because as you're speaking, Nick and Greg, then I'm just doing research, and probably it's AI generated some of it, but National Bureau of Economic Research is the source here, finding AI has little to no impact right now, snapshot, employment or productivity. And that's the vast majority of firms over the past 3 years. I'll say this as well. Unemployment is at historic lows right now, hovering around 4%. But then you do, to the point of, what was the Twitter or the social media person who posted that I thought that was a great post about, basically the only thing you should fear is fear itself. Famous quote. So they're saying the cracks are beginning to appear. Unemployment among graduates climbing to nearly 6% and rising fast. I would say this, combined with what you just stated, and then combined with what some of these critics are saying, look for the cracks. If you're looking for it, you're going to find it. But also it goes back to the attitude issue. So with recent graduates, pivot. And I know that's hard to do. But I also think it has to do with this so-called affordability issue. My dad brought up the fact, he's like, when your mother and I first got married, you know what they had? Hand-me-downs. You look at people right now, they don't want hand-me-downs. They want brand new. They don't want
hot thing.
They don't even want, like, quote-unquote, used, pre-owned stuff.
Yep.
And so the younger generations, it's our fault as parents, but they've got to pivot. You got to pivot, and you've got to be humble.
Yeah.
And you know what? Maybe you're not going to. Guess what? Your first home is not going to look like your parents' home.
Right.
And guess what? They earned that. They worked for that.
Yep.
So earn it.
Yep. You got to earn your stripes and work your way through your 20s, 30s,
Yeah.
40s before
Be
you
humble.
get to it. David is in Lexington, South Carolina. What's up, David?
Hey, good morning, y'all. Great show.
Thank you, buddy.
I wanted to kind of give a story on me real quick. Now, first of all, to me, the best thing I've seen about AI is how unifying it's been. You got people like me who's mid-50s, grizzled old man, agreeing with these 22-year-old, young ones that just graduated with a degree in 17th century poetry. You know, we're all on the same page as far as not liking this thing. But at my work, for what I do is I issue permits, which have to be legally defendable documents. And I asked the question, I said, how is this going to work with me? And they said, oh, well, AI will write this letter for you. The AI will write the permit for you. So to that I said, well, so what about mistakes, errors? Because, again, this has got to be legally defensible. Then they said, well, you'll go back and kind of proofread it. So I'm thinking, if I'm going to have to go back and proofread it line by line, word by word, what's the point? Where have we saved anything by me having to go back and literally read every single word of the document? You got to show me where I'm gaining from this, and I don't see it.
Yeah. Wow, that's an interesting point. You know, I was thinking about this, and David, thanks for the call, buddy. We were just discussing on Monday or Tuesday public transportation and Lyfts and Ubers, and we had the story about Waymo and whether or not they're actually operational or just doing scouting. So we're at the point now, and this would fall under artificial intelligence as well. So we have driverless vehicles. We've had some crazy stories in the air recently, right? Remember the plane that hit the bridge on the way down too close for landing? I mean, where does this go? Are we going to have pilotless flights in the United States or around the globe? And would you trust that? Like I don't know that there's a ceiling right now on where AI could go. And I don't want people to take the wrong. Like, I'm not panicking. I'm not fear mongering. My biggest pushback is the whole notion of when the elites tell you it's going to make your life better. I don't necessarily believe that, because I think it's about the elites going on to their next little toy, their next little invention, and capitalizing on. And again, I'm the furthest thing from a socialist. I'm not interested in taxing billionaires more and all this other Bernie Sanders nonsense. I just don't believe the sales pitch coming from the people that started this push as far back as Charlie said. He started seeing it 13, 14 years ago. Same thing with the data centers, Dawn. Like you said, you don't really hear that. No, I'm on my deck and I hear it. You can't sit here and tell me that I'm hallucinating. So that's the perspective I'm coming from.
Yeah, and to your point, and as well to David's point, who's watching all of this? I think that's part of the emotional intelligence that I'm talking about, right? Is it news and information. So in every industry, whether you're issuing permits, whether you're looking at the law, whether you're looking at news and information. And so you think about President Trump's so-called fake news, but what I'm referring to is AI-generated news, and then agenda-driven news, and the manipulation of news.
Sure.
News and information matters because it influences people. Then it puts different people in power. And so all of this together, I think David's point is we need that integrity and we need ethics, and to make sure that those issues are built into these programs. And that goes back to the sound clip, the audio clip, the video clip that Greg Stocker played, because eventually humans are not going to be involved in writing the code for this.
Right.
It needs to be, the code needs to be within it now. It's almost like biblical, like the 10 commandments of all coding or whatever, to have the ethics built in.
One more clip. This is 34, Phil, and thank you for prompting me on this. This is when I say that AI is not as smart as we, everybody's like, "Ooh, the robots are taking over," and then we played that college graduation where AI messed up all the names, and it was just a giant cluster F. Here's a Waymo that was stranded in Atlanta floodwaters weeks after more than 3,500 vehicles were recalled after a defect that allowed them to enter flooded roads. Roll this. So you can see this in Atlanta. This is courtesy of Fox. Trapped in there. A Waymo trapped in floodwaters because there's some defect in these things that let them enter flooded roads.
I guess they didn't think about that, did they?
So when I say that, like, everybody just needs to take a step back and be like, oh my God, they're going to take over, and it's going to take over every one of our jobs. Clearly, that's not ready for prime time yet.
That's correct. Let's grab one last call, and then we're going to jump into the cut sheet. Lori is in Ringo's. Lori, good morning.
Good morning. I have twins that graduated in the last 10 days. One from Penn State, my son. He had an internship last summer, used AI in his internship. He has a job at this company now. So I agree. It's kind of like you have to embrace it. And I think that's what a lot of the younger people and the kids are doing, and they're looking for at commencements and stuff an uplifting message about hope. Let's face it, hope is worth a lot. My daughter graduated from Penn on Monday, and we're down in Philly in the heat, and she's going to be a nurse. And she got into the nurse practitioner program, but she's going to go out and be a nurse for while you can defer it for a year or two before you go do. So she's going to get that experience. So things are positive there. But what I wanted to say was the commencement speech at Penn, there were two. One was the president. This is the guy who was the head of the medical school who had to take over after, I can't even remember that there were a couple of presidents right before that were just so woke, and the one put her foot in her mouth big time because she couldn't have a thought beyond DEI down at a hearing, right, and went down with a Harvard president. They both went down in flames. So the president, Larry Jamison, the MD, he had an uplifting message for these students that was about being smart, but also being humble. It's exactly what Dawn was talking about. There's, your success is also contingent on you having some humility built into you, and he encouraged them that way. Then Michael Beschloss, presidential historian, NBC, talking head, PBS talking head, got up there and he was the guest speaker. He used the commencement speech for these kids sitting in black robes on turf on Franklin Field for an hour. Like my daughter said, she couldn't even hear it because they were so hot.
Yeah,
there were people keeling over. He used it as a Trump derangement syndrome therapy session.
Man. Lori, the Penn president you're referring to was Liz McGill. Remember her?
Liz McGill, yes. Yeah. I think I tried to block her out of my mind because she was an embarrassment.
Right, and Claudine Gay was the one up at Harvard, if you remember.
Yeah, and I'm not saying Penn's fixed everything, but at least they have someone at the helm that I still think there's an elitist mentality. Sure. There were a lot of references to the time we're living in being so terrible. But Beschloss was just telling these kids all these downward messages. He had 6 points that we needed to be concerned about, and 3 of them were all anti-Trump. One was related to voting rights, like everyone should be able to vote. It was all about the gerrymandering thing. And the next one was related to, he's telling them that that Lincoln and Roosevelt both said no when they had opportunities to suspend elections, and that we live in a time now where these kids need to be worried that that's going to happen. Yeah. And what he's talking about is saying Trump's going to suspend the fall election. It's so thinly veiled. It's just, fortunately the kids weren't that interested, and I started making comments in the stand.
Yeah, and Lori, if you're Penn educated and you have an Ivy League degree, you're technically a smarty pants, right? So if you feel like your voting rights are being violated by gerrymandering and redistricting, you have mobility, right? Move to a place where you feel like your vote's going to, quote, be respected and count. You're right. It's amazing. I don't ever recall, and Dawn, you went through it, Greg, your kids will have the chance, my kids will have the chance. That's an interesting point. That's the second person. Aren't commencement speeches about pumping up you with hope for the future? Hey, for the next 50 years, you're going to have the world by the you-know-what, and you're going to make it your oyster, right?
Yep.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, well written.
Boy.
Instead of, it's once again, even the Stephen Colbert thing, that once again, instead of a well-written, entertaining, enthralling, empowering speech, because maybe they're not creative enough to do such a thing, because you have to be a great writer and a great orator to inspire people. And so rather than do all of that, just stand up there and riff against, in a negative energy way, to riff against the current president of the United States of America, who, by the way, is not going to be the president in 2 years.
Right.
And you're speaking to graduates who you're trying to help launch the rest of their lives. They have their whole life ahead of them.
Yep.
And you're talking about somebody who's not going to be in office in 2 years.
Yeah.
Stupid.
We're going to jump into the cut sheet in 10 seconds, I swear. My sister just checked in. She's HR.
Aaron.
She's the global HR director for her company.
Global.
She loves AI, uses it every day, and she also sent me a video.
So does my wife. Yep.
I'll send it to Phil. She used Waymo in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah.
We have the video of her from the back seat.
Uh-oh.
If we want to play it later.
Oh my God.
Absolutely
I can't
would.
wait for that.
Absolutely would.
Let's get.
And
down
I
to
wonder if
business.
as a mom, sorry.
No, good.
Because she's a mom with her. I mean, she has a big career.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if AI helps her in her life to advance. Yes, balancing and juggling motherhood and holding a huge job.
Yeah.
Before we get to the cut sheet, let me just say all the news and information we gave you this hour brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Find unbeatable savings on the hottest styles during Ashley's Memorial Sale. Save up to 20% off on all Ashley Furnitures, or enjoy 60 months no interest financing with no minimum purchase. These Memorial deals won't last long, so now's the time to upgrade. Shop today at Ashley.
What's on the cut sheet?
Yeah, what's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? I guess we're going to call it an Anthony Cumia Thursday. Cumia Thursday. Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Rams. By the way, Dawn, you mentioned Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert had a special guest last night. He's on his long goodbye tour. Wow. Tonight I believe his final show is tonight, and all the other shows are going dark for him. We will get into who his special guest was and what they did last night with Anthony Cumia coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Rams. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring the ever-important Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. So there's a peeing match going on between Brian Fitzpatrick and the President of the United States.
Oh, this is not
good. Jackie Heinrich, the moderator?
Well, I'm glad you said that, because let's start with Jackie, actually.
Where's Jackie at?
Who's the fiance? They're not married.
This is cut 3. She asked him a question yesterday about Netanyahu, and he used it. By the way, his face is looking a little bloated there.
I can't throw stones.
Hey, it's poor lighting.
I wonder if he's
been hanging out with me.
Yeah, and those McDonald's are catching up with him. Remember when he said he was 215? Oh God,
I'd kill to be 215.
One of the biggest lies. And all right,
this is what every woman wants. You know, you're on the job and they want to talk about your man.
So Jackie Heinrich from Fox asked him a question about Netanyahu, and he responded this way.
Really,
Did you have a problem with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
when her husband votes against me all the time, can you imagine? I don't know what's with him. You better ask him what's with him. Her husband, she's married to a certain congressman. He votes against, he likes voting against Trump. You know what happens with that? It doesn't work out well. I don't know why he does, but...
He's saying that basically Fitzpatrick's going to get massied.
Oof.
That's what he's saying, right?
I guess the wedding is not at Mar-a-Lago?
No. It's at Bluebell Country Club. Jimmy Kelly, he'll be DJing it. I got to see. We got to look. I check this. Brian Fitzpatrick voting record. Let's see how often he votes.
Remember Brian Fitzpatrick? They're not married yet. He popped the question in beautiful Paris, the lavender fields,
the French
of southern France. Popped the question. They posted these beautiful videos.
Another elitist who's not like you and I.
I know, right? And so, but he had every excuse. You know, I keep saying this, like, dude, you could have just said, "Oh, I'm intoxicated with love." In Paris, voulez-vous coucher? You know what I mean? With the beautiful young Jackie Heinrich, and he could have said, "I can't fly back to D.C. for the big vote and the big beautiful bill." So he leaves his fiance and leaves Paris to fly back. I think he flies back and then votes against the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, this guy is a skunk. I'm gonna point. I'm gonna blast him. No,
stop.
Massey. You want to call Massey a rhino? You're wrong.
What are you doing?
No. Listen.
Here's the thing: would you rather have him, or would you rather have Harvey, the Bucks County Democrat commission? I'm
going to give you.
Who would you rather have right now? Nick, stop.
When I give you the math, you're going to say you might.
Ice cream.
We might as well have a Democrat.
Food here. They're bringing in free food. Look, Nick.
He only votes with Trump 18% of the time. I mean, for everybody, for Sean Ferris and everybody out there, Thomas Massey's a rhino. Thomas Massey votes with Trump 90% of the time. Brian Fitzpatrick, he's got a session score of 18% and a lifetime score of 32%. Now, so you say, okay, well, what's the average score for a Republican? The average House Republican, 84%. This is a rhino. Republican in name only.
Well,
come on, dude. Just flip parties already. 1 out of 5 times you agree with us? What are you doing? How did this guy get elected?
Because it's a purple area.
I know, but
you know what
God.
I mean. Like this is the.
Like I'm not saying you got to be
the collared counties of PA. You know.
Look, you've got to ask yourselves in Bucks County if you want Harvey, who's left and who's a Democrat, then just either stay home and don't vote, or vote vote as a Democrat.
I mean,
but
yes,
Brian Fitzpatrick is a survivor, and he is the sole survivor of any Republican.
So is that what you do now, Dawn?
County.
Is that what you do now, Dawn? You vote for the lesser of two evils?
Yeah,
Really?
I mean,
really?
sure.
Really?
I
What do you
actually
suggest?
agree. I agree
What are
with
the
Dawn
choices
here.
then?
Dawn, you're right. I mean, there are people out there that now hold their nose and vote and say, well, the reason I voted this way was because it was the lesser of two evils.
Gross. It's gross. Just don't vote at all.
I mean, in 2025, I think Congressman Fitzpatrick, who, like I say, he has survived, and this is how he has survived. So I think he votes, basically his Trump score, or whatever you want to say, he votes with Trump less than, I think, any other congressman.
Yeah. Heritage Action is where
do you want to lose the House? I mean, that...
Well, that's true. Right. Like this, but yeah.
But if he never votes with the president, so what's the difference?
No,
then?
it's not never, and that's just it.
Yeah, he won 18% of the time. There's probably Democrats that vote with him 18% of the time.
Fetterman votes with Trump more than Fitzpatrick.
Seriously.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like
Fitzpatrick, I'm looking,
they're
all different numbers,
as far
but
as power,
Fitzpatrick is like 52-ish%. That's what if you look at this as an article by The Hill.
Okay.
52-ish% votes with Trump.
Wow. Okay. Maybe these scores are a little bit different based on criteria.
Like maybe,
Yeah.
Lumpy says Fitzpatrick has got to go. I'll deal with 2 years of a Democrat to get rid of the rhino.
Well, I don't know about that, but I understand Dawn's point too.
I mean, that means impeachment.
Yeah.
So
it's happening anyway, Dawn.
Okay.
All right. It is. No, it is because
what's happening?
The impeachment.
The impeachment.
Once the Democrats take the House.
So just wave the white flag, and so Bucks County. It's your vote. You be you, but you have the power to at least in name keep a Republican placeholder.
Yeah.
Right. Keep a placeholder, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
But if you vote D, then you are essentially, or you don't vote at all.
Yeah.
You are just waving a white flag. You are surrendering. That's what you're doing.
The House is gone.
Okay.
Like it doesn't matter.
Okay.
At this point.
Then what the Greg Stocker idea is, just wave the white flag and just give up.
Brian Fitzpatrick.
Don't fight.
Fitzpatrick.
I would just.
Yeah. Good.
No, go ahead.
No. I'm going to take the show in a different silly direction. So finish your honest point, because this is what matters the most.
No, my honest point of it is that whether you think he's a quote unquote rhino or not, and that he's challenging Trump, there are other headlines we'll get to with him, but he is holding that R banner right now. And so if you stay home, or you just say, nope, I'm going to hold my nose, and even though I'm a MAGA Republican, but I'm going to vote R because I want to have that hold in place and try to pressure him to vote in certain ways, I would say what you can do right now is call his office or email his office. Let him know how you feel about this.
That does nothing.
Bucks County. That's not true.
It 100% does nothing.
Not true.
It 100% does nothing.
Well, we should have.
They don't listen to any of those calls. They don't care about any of those calls. They do.
I
It
disagree.
doesn't work. People,
I'm going to write a very nasty letter. I'm going to call and express my displeasure.
Right.
Nobody cares. They're going to do what they're going to do.
Well, we should welcome in a call from Congressman Fitzpatrick and have him call in and speak for him. I can't speak for his office. I can't for I can't.
I just can't. I don't understand how you can honestly, if it's two people you don't like, just don't vote for it. Like, why do you have to well, he's the lesser of two. That's a warped way of looking at things.
I'm just trying to figure out how Fitzpatrick.
Not you, don't. I'm not talking about you. I'm just
talking about survival. And so,
it's about keeping control of the House. That's what it is. You don't want to give the Democrats power back.
But do you think he's going to vote to impeach Trump? He might.
That might be 1 out of 5 where he votes against.
All right, well let's ask. So the big story is the $1.7 billion fund Trump has proposed for pardoned J6ers so
is that a big story?
Fitzpatrick.
Yeah,
it is.
This is
Fitzpatrick was asked about it. Let's start here with cut 1.
Congressman, what do you make of this $1.7 billion fund for
bad news? We're going to try to kill it.
You're going to try and kill it?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. And how?
Well, we're considering legislative options. We're going to write a letter to the AG to start, but we're considering a legislative option.
Okay.
We're trying to unpack exactly, what the legal machinations are, but can't do that.
Right. And have you ever heard of any other Americans, other than Trump as an associate?
I haven't.
Who are unauditable by the IRS?
I've never heard that before.
Okay. So would that be part of the legislative?
Of course.
Yeah, the Trump family.
Yeah, you can't do that.
The Trump family, Nick. Unauditable or unaudible or whatever it is by the IRS.
This is part of a settlement. No. Let me just say this before you start. Congressman Fitzpatrick voted against both articles of impeachment. That was in 2019 and 2021. So he was, at that point, he voted against impeachment. He did not vote for it. That's his track record.
So people are saying, this is a big story, but I guess my second point would be a question. Have we seen any polling numbers on whether Republicans are in favor of this?
I don't think a lot of people are in favor of this.
I can't imagine that they would. This is where I ask myself, I'm like, maybe I'm out of touch, or maybe certain things just don't resonate with me. I don't know why this is a major issue or a big story.
Because it's taxpayer money.
Well, okay. Well,
it's taxpayer money that is going to go to people who, probably don't deserve it.
But my take yesterday on this when we talked about it was, I don't want it going to Rudy Giuliani or anybody
Michael
else out
Flynn.
there that has the financial means. But this is a cut and dry issue for me. If you were wronged, you should be compensated. If you broke the law, you should sit in jail or serve your time, or you did serve time. And no, you don't get some sort of extra benefit. Why? Because you broke the law? We can't selectively pick it. Republicans, this is a fascinating thing. Y'all are always the law and order party. Yet when somebody breaks the law in honor of 47, it's like, well, they were baited in. It was Ray Epps. Come on, man. Find a moral high ground and stick to it.
So my understanding of this, I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding of this, and I did ask Dr. Michael Busler about it last Thursday, is that this is part of a legal settlement. In other words, DOJ, IRS went after Trump and at wrong persecution or whatever you want to say.
Right.
They obviously did wrong. And the finding and the revelation is on many levels that they don't want to reveal, which is why they settled it. So they moved to settle this thing. Remember, his lawsuit was $10 billion. This has been going on for years, and even before he was reelected, right? And so within the settlement, that's what's different, is that it's a settlement that he was going for $10 billion. He settles for $1.776 billion, so not quite. Some people are wrongfully saying it's $2 billion or it's $1.8 billion because they're rounding up, but it's $1.776 billion. So Trump says, fine, we'll settle this. The lawyers, all lawyers always win. We'll settle this thing, And rather than Trump just cha-ching, taking $1.776 billion and putting it in his bank account or Barron's savings account or whatever, he says, put it in a fund and put a board in charge of it and let people apply for victims of DOJ or IRS overreach. And anybody can apply. And that means, by the way, that could be Comey, could be James Comey, it could be anybody. And there are already people, J6ers, so-called. And also, we've already got two Capitol Police officers they're already fighting this thing to say that J6ers who assaulted them should not be allowed to get it. So there are all these lawsuits, but it's a settlement. It's like, what if there was a class action against whatever, Monsanto or whatever? And you say, well, I don't like that anybody can go and file for a suit. So the lawyers always win, but in this one, the whole thing is unprecedented. Do you see what I'm saying? Because this is a legal settlement. Richard. So you're fighting against. So that's what's weird to me. The difference, I believe, the reason that people have a moral or ethical problem with it, to my understanding, is because President Trump is now the president, and it's his, technically, DOJ. So so I think people are saying, wait a minute, this was not a judge.
Oh.
Do you see?
Yeah.
So it was a quote unquote settlement, and he's the president. That's why the whole thing is unprecedented.
Richard Notaro says Fitzpatrick voted against impeachment for Trump.
That's what I just said.
Both times.
Richard, you know me, but did you hear me? I swear to God, I'm invisible. I just reported the years.
Just reported it. I know.
Only Greg. Thank you, Greg.
Of course I heard you.
Greg hears me. Nobody else does.
I just think that
Notaro, who I've known for years.
This whole thing is coming at a bad time when people are struggling to pay for things, and he's talking about a ballroom and $1.7 billion for.
Yeah, but see, I don't care about the ballroom either. Everybody wants to keep bringing up the ballroom to the guy. Again, that thing's going to be, if it's finished and completed, that thing's going to be here forever. Mm-hmm. So everybody else gets the benefit from too. It's not like Trump's just going to pick it up and take it home on a tractor trailer. Because Nick, you're not. So why do people care? Because it is all CNN, MS Now. Now that's not every other station funded, right? This is what they're hammering. This is what everybody's talking about on the other networks. But the ballroom is not coming from us financially, right? Part of it is. Oh, it is? Yeah, because I thought it wasn't. It wasn't until the Historical Society sued and said, President Trump, you're not allowed to just build a ballroom that's sponsored. Like we get stuff like Bucks County Traders, or you know what I mean? Piazza Auto Group sponsors this segment. So that's how Trump thinks because he's from the private enterprise. So what happened was the Historical Society, or one of them, had sued and said legally, you are not allowed to have it sponsored. They're trying to figure out. I'm not crazy about it coming with some of the funding coming from taxpayers, but you know what? After assassination attempts, if that means keeping a president, whether it's my current president or somebody else's current or former, or I should say future president alive, cool. Because we got to stop sending presidents to the Hilton Hotel like they're getting ready to, do a remote the next morning from an FOP lodge. Can we actually protect the president no matter who he is? To your point, if you notice with Trump, because he's a doer, and so in the past, think about, we talk about President Obama all the time, former President Obama. For Jimmy Matthews likes us to say former when it's ridiculous. You know that Obama's not president anymore, right? So President Obama, former, he wanted a ballroom. He said, this is ridiculous. We have this crappy tent and people are walking around in soggy messes and it's embarrassing. Nobody in the world does that. President Obama wanted Doge, actually created the structure for Doge. So what's the difference? Obama didn't think outside the box like Trump, who's a private enterprise guy. So Trump, thinking outside the box, came up with ways, workarounds to get things done, despite the fact that Congress, this is all based on Congress not doing their jobs.
Obama didn't want a ballroom.
He wanted a venue.
That's a myth.
He complained. Okay. Well, he might not have said the words ballroom, Greg. Okay. But every president has complained about the fact that we don't have a large venue to do these things.
In 2010, the Trump, a private citizen, said that he would like to donate a ballroom to the White House, and his people would build it. Mm-hmm. And the press secretary was asked about it at the time. I forget what his name was, Josh something or Jay something, and he said no, we're not even considering that. So no, it's like he didn't want a ballroom.
Why did President Trump offer it? Because President Obama, like most presidents, have said it's embarrassing. That was why it was proposed. But obviously, when Trump then says, I'll donate it, that, he's being a little snarky and disingenuous.
Well, Trump says the $1.7 billion weaponization fund we're talking about is peanuts compared to the value. So let's do cut 4 here, please.
Thank them a lot.
Mr. President, in response to people that are critical of your settlement over your IRS case about the tax now that you can't be prosecuted for tax.
Yeah, well, what happened is I was suing IRS for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons is they released my tax returns, which they're not allowed to do. Now, they showed I pay a lot of tax. I may even release my current returns because they show I pay a lot of money.
Yeah, he won't do that.
They're not supposed to do that. They were in lockboxes as president. And they released them. And
which has never been done.
Released them, which was, I guess, a private firm. But
well, he's also the only president that has never released his tax returns.
A lot of the fake news, and the fake news went, and you're just not allowed to do that. And many other things happened. So I released them from the lawsuit, and I guess they made a settlement of some kind. I wasn't involved in the settlement. I could have been involved, but I didn't choose to be. So they made a settlement. Also, the anti-weaponization of people. I mean, people were destroyed. They went to jail. Their families were ruined. They committed suicide. All the Biden administration and the Obama administration, both of them. I mean, the Obama administration started it. The Biden administration was horrible in terms of what they've done to people is incredible. And we're reimbursing those people for their legal fees and for their costs and for anybody involved. But they destroyed people. People committing I read the other day, a person committed suicide over it. They went, it was the most violent thing I've ever seen in politics, what they did. And yet if I say, let's look at this one or that one, they say weaponization. What they did in terms of weaponization will never be allowed to happen in this country again. So we think that those people,
just wait till President AOC
involved in that process should partake. And you're talking about peanuts compared to the value. It destroyed the lives of many, many people. Thank you very much.
Good, cool. So that's that. $1.7 billion from taxpayer money going to these people. Great.
I'll just comment on the first part. I just can't believe that anybody is actually concerned or worried or wants to see somebody else's. So we're back to 2016 again with the whole Trump show your taxes. Like, I had that argument with my mother-in-law 10 years ago before I even entered this format. I said, why do you care what somebody else's tax returns look like? We all know. I mean, Dave Chappelle nailed it on that Netflix stand-up when he said, Trump owned Hillary the moment he said, I benefit from the same tax privileges that you and your donors do, and blah, blah, blah. And a star was born. Like, he said the quiet part out loud. Why are you concerned? Why is any human being concerned about anybody else's salary? I've never had a fascination with it, much less their tax returns. Don't get it.
So who's he talking about? Who is Trump referring to? He doesn't say the person's name. Aaron Schwartz was one of the most was one of the biggest figures known. I guess he was a programmer, internet activist, and he was DOJ aggressively persecuted him. He committed suicide, and Bruce Barron took his own life after a pretty controversial audit. And what Mr. Barron's family claimed was harassment by the IRS. So those cases, part of this I see is Caroline Leavitt is on maternity leave. And so that, you don't have her in the press office. And I notice her absence and I miss her because she would take over this conversation and she would pivot to talk about these people like Mr. Barron, his family, or the Schwartz family. These were people who were wronged, who were harassed, who were persecuted. You look at Mark Houck, who won a settlement, right? We know him well in Bucks County, was persecuted by Biden's DOJ. So these are the people that should be front and center. And part of this is the information war that we see day in and day out. And so this is not a slush fund. It's being called a slush fund, or, that's not what this is. It's a legal settlement.
I will give you $100 if Mark Houck gets any sort of settlement for any of this. This is going to his people who he decided,
well, some of them committed suicide.
Stick up for what he for what he thinks is right, and that includes Rudy Giuliani, that includes Michael Flynn, that includes all the J6ers.
I think Michael Flynn deserves a settlement. I think that some of these people, but what I wonder is, and I've heard people in Philadelphia, this has gone viral, saying, well, this is basically reparations. And so if you're now going to say that the government persecuted people or, enslaved people, this is basically reparations. So there's no time limit on it. How far back does it go?
Except the only difference is some people chose to act a fool and other people were forced into slavery. So I don't know that it's really a fair comparison.
Well, no, I mean, that is a fair comparison. A board would have to say, hey, if you were on the Capitol steps and you assaulted a law enforcement officer, no, you're not going to get anything.
Good, nor should you.
But if you were there, just there on a perimeter, and you went home and did nothing, as we know some of you watching and listening, that happened to you, and then you were being persecuted when you never even did anything wrong, but you lost your job, then maybe you're entitled to something.
Oh, yeah.
But to my knowledge, is there a time limit on this? Maybe there was. I have to look at it. But I just wonder how far it goes back.
Yeah.
Now that I'm saying it, I think actually there is a time limit, so I don't want to misspeak.
Steve is in Glenmore. Steve, you're up next. What's up, Stevie?
I know a woman who, she was a Democrat, and she went down there.
Down where?
She went into
J6.
To the Capitol.
Okay.
She went into the Capitol, and she had her video on her phone was on for 59 seconds. She was welcomed into the Capitol. There's guards standing at the door. She went in with a bunch of people went in. She took her phone and zoomed it around and walked out. It was 59 seconds. She spent 2 years in jail. And she's not a Democrat anymore. And you're saying, oh, it's the taxpayers' money. I don't believe it is. To me, it's President Trump's money. He won it. He got compensated for it.
He won it in a settlement. That is correct.
Yeah, they probably just print the money up. I know I pay my taxes, and when they did take his taxes and release them, he paid more than Biden, Obama, all of them, percentage-wise. I don't understand. If it's Trump, it's bad. That's what a lot of you think. It's bad.
Wait, so you think they just print up money after settlements? Like they just go into a vault in a machine and they just create new currency?
I'm not stupid, okay?
Well,
but know damn well.
But that's what you just said, right?
You know.
I'm just responding to your comment, Steve.
You know they print money.
Yeah. Do you think
we've got a deficit of 34 trillion?
Yeah.
Where'd that money come from? Did they print that money? How did they pay people $34 trillion that we don't have?
So
did they print that money?
So you're disputing.
I'm asking you. Did they print?
No. So you're saying that this is not taxpayer funded. That's a lie.
No, I don't think it is. It's
what's your source?
Sure, it came from.
What's your source?
Because he
won.
He won. On X? His lawyers won that money from.
Right.
It's his money.
Okay. And Steve, who's paying it? Who is paying the Trump attorneys and the Trump team in their loss, in Trump's win? Trump won a settlement.
Where did the money come from?
No, who's paying it?
I know the taxpayers pay our government, but you know damn well they're over.
So we give the money to Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam lost to Trump, so then that money goes to Trump. So that was our money, correct?
It's not anymore. If I buy something, and I give that dollar to the guy at the store, it's not my money anymore.
Got it.
But you say, because it's Trump, it's bad.
Well, me?
And
Steve, do you even know Steve, do you know who you're talking to? Do you even know my name?
Yeah, right now I don't know you. I know.
You have the IQ of salad dressing. He doesn't even know who he's arguing with. He didn't even hear
Trump is bad.
Steve, you didn't even hear a point
Didn't
I
he
said.
say Nick?
No, he didn't.
Oh.
No, he has no clue what he's talking about. And I don't believe that a female Democrat was in the Capitol for 59 seconds and spent 2 years in jail. Give me the story. Show me the news clipping. I think your whole call was BS. Every bit of it. Where's the story? Somebody tracked down. The Associated Press will have it, right? There's public record of it, right? It's a freedom of Steve. I'll do it myself because you probably couldn't even figure out how to file a Freedom of Information Act request. I'll find out who this Democrat was. A female Democrat was in there for 59 seconds and spent 2 years in jail. I mean, seriously. Now, I might actually believe you if you said a female Republican or a male Republican, but a female Democrat. I call BS, sir, but thank you for playing.
It's okay, though, because the money was already allocated.
We're arguing about things from 6 years ago. As the president's approval rating is the equivalent of my SAT score right now. But whatever makes you feel better about losing in the future to regurgitate the past.
If I'm going to pay more in taxes, I at least have to know that it's okay why I'm going to pay more in taxes.
So just to give you the facts on this $1776 billion is called the Anti-Weaponization Fund. First of all, they should have called it the Settlement Fund. It is a settlement, and so it's was settling not just with the IRS. It was also over Mar-a-Lago, and it was over Russia. And so what this is a hot mess because the government and the weaponization that they did within all of these years with persecuting and going after. And by the way, how much did it cost us, we the people? How much money, tax dollars were spent by the previous administration trying to hunt down and wrongfully persecute a former president? I would love to know that because it's going to be a huge dollar amount. They don't want the government at the end of the day settles. When people settle something like this for a large amount of money, why do you settle? Because you don't want to have to reveal all of the tentacles of how far back this goes over the persecution, which is unprecedented, of a then former president of the United States of America. So they just wanted to destroy President Trump, and not just the president, but his family as well. They went after Trump, his sons, his entire family. And this was the weaponization of government like we've never seen before. This is a settlement. That's what this is, bottom line.
Stalker, you're being ripped by Richard Attar.
Oh, good.
Dick says, it's funny that Greg Stalker, who's supposed to be a law and order libertarian, whines about Trump never releasing his tax returns.
I never whined.
There is no law that
hang
say
on.
you have to in order to run.
And he released partial.
I never whined about it. I just said, Trump
you
said.
Misspoke. He did release them, Greg, just not fully because he's a business person and there's a lot of information in there that's proprietary information within the taxes.
I never said anything about. All I said was he said in that clip that we played that he's thinking about releasing the taxes just so he can see, so everybody can see how much he pays in taxes. I said he's never going to do that. That's all I said. Clean your ears out, Rich.
Now I'm being ripped.
You dick.
Geez.
Jimmy Kelly says, by the way, just got a call from an anonymous Southwest Philly guy who said he's pulling his money from families behind the badge. Feels like I'm going too far left.
Oh, boy.
Oh, jeez. Don't pull your...
Ask
don't
my mother,
blame the widows and children.
Ask my mother-in-law if I've gone too far left. Okay? All right? Anonymous.
It's so funny.
Are you eating?
By the way, anonymous Southwest Philly guy, feel free to call in because I'll carve you up, too.
It's funny. It's funny. It's funny to see, like, if
have any other point of view. It's like, oh, you're a liberal. Or you're like do you effing know anything, you dummy? You dope? Stupid. I want to say a word so bad.
I've had family relationships go to hell over my defense of Trump, but I'm going too far left. Listen,
all I do is sit here and defend this radio station to people who don't want to advertise it and don't want to do this because we're too controversial or we're too this, we're too that. So tell me again how liberal I am. Would a liberal be able to run this radio station, you dopes? I can just think critically. You idiots.
Yeah.
So this money, this settlement fund, would be involving what happened, the persecution of President Trump and his family regarding the IRS, Mar-a-Lago, and the Russia probe that was all phony, made up stuff, as we know. It would be, the settlement money would be administered by a 5-person commission that would be appointed by the Attorney General.
Yeah.
And then the fund provides the money, the relief, and formal apologies. Now, as far as the fund, everything has to be wrapped up. You can apply for it until December 15th, 2028. At that point, once it's all done, then the money, if there's money left over in the fund, it has to go back to the government.
Yeah.
So President Trump or any of his family members, they are banned from receiving this money, by the way.
And let me just,
so Trump could have just pocketed the money. He did not.
Let me just give the truth about this audience. Okay. I want everybody to gather around. It's time for Uncle Nick to lay some facts down for you. Because we love facts, right? Okay. Yeah, there's a couple in the YouTube chat and a couple on X. You get that anonymous caller or the guys that breathe through their mouth like Steve that called in. The majority of us do not agree with Donald Trump 100% of the time. The vocal minority do. So if you want to call me less MAGA than you because I agree with Trump 93% of the time and you agree with him 100% of the time, show me the currency that makes you more MAGA than me. And by the way, too, let me just say this, okay? I am not an activist. I have no aspirations for politics. I'm not angling for Fox News. And by the way, when you look at the history of this morning show, the ones in the past or in the present, like the guy that we put out to pasture in Missouri that agree with Trump 100% of the time, you know what their ratings were compared to the three of us right now? No, I'm not even making this about me. The three of us, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, we've beaten them all. I'll go through the names if you want. I'll go through every one of them, okay? Stegall, Smirkanish, Zioli, whoever it is, we've beaten them all. So, anonymous caller, anytime you want to chop it up with me, I'm here. And I'm now here 4.5 hours a day. So I have nowhere else to go. So call in and don't fart off with Jimmy Kelly in the back booth. Anonymous guy, okay?
Or shirt.
Okay? I got news for you. I respect my audience too much to lie to them and give them an inauthentic opinion because I'm the alternative to CNN. I'm going to tell you what I think. And never once in my life, I don't think before I speak to my wife or mother-in-law. So if you think I'm going to sit there and say, boy, this might ruffle Southwest Anonymous Philly guy today, I should probably change the verbiage. That thought process never occurs. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across our lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing. And ask about our veteran specials. It's our way of saying thank you to those who served. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive in Royersford or online at tricountytoyota.com. With approved credit. Final price includes $4.90 doc fee. Expires June 1st, 2026.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
8:35, Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue.
As you can,
this Thursday.
As you can imagine, your rant got a lot of reaction. But
It'll be a promo. Jimmy Kelly's cutting it up right now.
my friend Sue Albrici says, I think that rant took a month off Nick's lifespan, and he can't afford that.
No, I'm working on borrowed time to begin with. And
oh, that's amazing.
It felt good. It's been 2 or 3 weeks since I had one. I've been very pleasant, very nice, very chummy lately. I don't know. Maybe that makes me left. I don't know. According to comments,
trust
a lot of golf,
me, you're not left.
A lot of sun. Been out there doing softball games. Every now and then, you just got to remember to throw the fastball.
Charlotte says, "I love the show, but I can't stand all the bickering." Are we bickering? We're not bickering with one another.
I think the bickering is what makes the show good because we don't agree on everything.
Yeah.
Well, I have breaking news.
What do we have?
You know Linda Kearns, because I have my Trumpinator little thing that one of you sent, and the perfume from Steve and his wife. And Linda Kearns gave me that little, like, Philly Jesus little statue.
Yeah.
Somebody stole Jesus.
Wait,
gone.
The Trumpinator bobblehead's gone?
No, that's here.
Okay, because I have one too, and if anybody touches mine, they're going to be shot.
Don't touch his Trump. But no, somebody stole my little Linda Kearns Jesus.
No,
it's gone.
Who would do that?
I know.
Why would somebody steal something that's religious?
By the way, Rob Price says, "Love you guys, but stop trying to be Opie and Anthony."
Opie and
what is that?
First of all, we're not trying to be Opie and Anthony.
Second,
I know.
What does that mean?
Second, Anthony Cumia coming up at 9 a.m. So it's a long-winded promo of.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not trying to. We're not trying to be anybody. I enjoy. I enjoy real radio. And
did they talk politics back in the day?
They didn't. And if you want to be honest with you, a lot of conservative radio sucks. Like it's boring. It's predictable. It's one guy blabbing into a microphone. Like it sucks. We're trying to kind of do something different here, and it's working. So you may not like it. It may not be your cup of tea. Fake teeth radio is probably more your speed, where you can hear a guy with bad teeth, yelling into a microphone. Maybe that's what you like. Who pretended to be in Philadelphia, but he wasn't.
Maybe that's what you like, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Maybe Sean Hannity, who just like it's so predictable. Everything lockstep with the administration. Every single thing. Like how boring is that?
Well,
it's why this industry is in the shape that it's in. It's because of crap like that. Yeah. It's because nobody wants to hear it. It's like, well, I've heard this. I know exactly where this person is going to come down on this. Exactly. Why do I want to hear that?
Yeah. I've actually tried to take the mantra, and I always say it when we have Jimmy Fallon on. And Jimmy will not be with us this week, but we do have Anthony coming up. Woo-hoo. Rich obviously recovering from his procedure. You know, Jimmy Fallon's Twitter profile is so perfect. It says, be a Republican, be a Democrat, just don't be a dick.
Yep.
And like, actually, I don't mind if you're a dick. If you want to be a dick, that's like that. Steve and I, that was great. Like, I think that's great radio. Thank you, Steve. Yeah. I'm really not insulted. I'm not. I think having a sparring session is good on the radio. I guarantee you nobody turned off the dial because we were arguing. And I would certainly have a conversation with you and shake your hand and give you a pat on the back and laugh with you in public. But, like, you know, I'm not just going to sit here and echo what you see on X. Like, I could go on today and just look at Benny Johnson's Twitter feed and come back and regurgitate that tomorrow. I just wouldn't be being honest. I'm sorry. That's not the way I do it. Never has been, never will be. That's why I wasn't really well liked in sports radio, because I didn't toe corporate lines with, hey, be careful, man. We have a relationship with the Eagles. Don't piss them off. Not that they do that with the Eagles, but like at some other places I worked at in Nashville, it was like, got to be careful how critical you are of the Nashville Predators hockey team. We are the flagship. Oh, so I should tell you that they're good? They were the 8th seed. They were mediocre. Like, I'm just not going to tell you everything's hunky-dory when it's not. But if you want that, there's plenty of outlets out there to go get it.
And by the way, for the person out there saying that the former morning show host here is a better man than Nick and I, Nick and I never got busted for DUI. So
Greg,
maybe that. Well, no, he wants to come at me. Then that's a Philly Mag article. That's a Philly Mag article. So you know, I'm not saying anything out of school.
Here's the thing.
I don't drive drunk.
No,
here's the thing with
fall asleep
Chris.
in my man cave.
He had his come to Jesus, and there's a lot that we never talk about that we could that went on. But I'm glad for him that he did. He found Jesus. He found himself. He's now running for office. I endorse him. I think he's a great person. But he went through quite a journey. Yeah, and so I wish him all the best. But there were some things that, if you want to talk about class, that I mean, Greg and I know that we, you know what I mean. There was stuff, and so. But I'm so happy for he and his wife. They have a wonderful podcast, and I truly wish him the best, and I endorse him. I hope he wins that seat. He'll do great. But there was a lot.
Nicholas.
He also wore flip-flops that I did bust his. That's where the flip-flop stuff
Nicholas. He was a flip-flop guy too?
Yes.
Nicholas Vitesse says Nick tried to kill children with a car when the bus was stopped. That is true.
I am a bad person.
And I know Nicholas doesn't like me, but I read your comment anyway to show you that I don't care. It's just, the people who come at me, that's the ones that I. All right, can we talk about Jeff Bezos? Boy, what do we think of this guy? This interview.
Okay, I love this.
You do?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
I love this.
All right.
This I agree with. This clip I like.
Well, there's a bunch.
Miss on him and Jeff.
Yeah,
there's a bunch here that I want to.
But one of the things he says is
he sat down with CNBC and talked about a variation of different topics. Let's talk. Let's start here at 24 about New York City spending. And how if we ran Amazon the way New York City runs their school system, well,
$43 billion.
We'll let him finish this.
Good example. The New York City school system. Right. They spend $44,000 per student. $44,000. That's 30% more per student than other big cities like Chicago, LA, and Boston.
Almost double.
And it's 3 times more than Miami and Houston. And by the way, New York City doesn't get better outcomes. So let me just say, if we ran Amazon the way New York City runs their school system, your packages would take 6 weeks to arrive. We'd have to charge you a $100 delivery fee. And then when the package did finally arrive, it'd have the wrong item in it anyway.
This is where I would like to see Jeff Bezos take over for Tony Watlington. You know, Dawn talks about the cost that we spend per student in the state of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. Dawn mentioned up to almost 60 schools without air conditioning. Honestly, if Jeff Bezos came in here and was the superintendent of the Philadelphia school district, they would have things operating efficiently.
And where's all the money? Where did all the COVID? I mean, they were talk about, and nobody talks about this because it's not fueled by social media, which controls the narrative, and as well the so-called mainstream media. Think about that. Think about our school districts in New York City, Chicago, Philadelphia, Miami, any major city especially, and talk about the fleecing of America and the undermining of children's education. Think about what he's saying. The truth is that back in the day, we had the air conditioning units, and what was her name? Tasco, I want to say. Oh my God, I'll look it up. But basically, we had the air conditioning units. They vanished, and like nobody talks about it. And you think about for Philadelphia, for example, all that COVID money, billions of dollars for schools. It didn't go to the schools. It didn't go to education. It was somebody got it, but the kids did not.
Yep.
How about the Washington Post, and why did it lay off 30% of its staff? Let's do 28, Phil.
Talking about markets. Yeah. I was going to ask you about the news market.
Yeah.
Because you own the Washington Post.
Yes.
And one of the critiques, by the way, and this is maybe the wealth critique and everything else, is we just said the company laid off about 30% of its staff. Yeah. And there's a lot of people out there who said, Jeff's super wealthy. He's talked about this being a public trust. It's something that he bought early on, how much you care about that piece of it. Why lay people off? Why fire people? Why do you subsidize the business if in fact...
Because the Post needs to be a profitable enterprise that stands on its own 2 feet. It needs to be...
Does it?
Yes.
I mean, that's a question. Some people say it should be a trust.
And let me tell you why.
Okay.
Because it's a measure of its relevance. If people won't pay for our product, it's not a good enough product. It's like, doing... it would be like poetry without rhyming. It's too easy. So it's got to be something that people will pay for, because that's a signal.
Right.
It's a signal that we're providing a relevant service. With your paper, the New York Times, you guys make a ton of money. You guys are doing very well financially, and you're providing a service that people are willing to pay for. We can do that too. And guess what I told them, when we were planning those layoffs?
Right.
I didn't pick who was going to get laid off or which departments. I said, follow the data. Follow the data. And I said, there's one exception to this.
What's that?
Don't follow the data on investigative reporting. The heart of the Post is investigative reporting. And guess what? Our newsroom today, even after the layoffs, is still larger than when we did Watergate and the Pentagon Papers. And we just won the Pulitzer Prize for Public Service, the most prestigious prize, prestigious Pulitzer for our investigation into Doge. The Post is going to continue to be an important institution. In fact, it's going to be a more important institution because of this financial discipline. It needs to be relevant to readers. It needs to stand on its own 2 feet. I don't want it to be a charity. It doesn't need to be, and it shouldn't be.
Wow. So there's a lot to unpack there. I'll start with just a couple of things. Number one, I grew up a newspaper kid, always loved the newspaper. I hate seeing the newspaper industry struggle. My mom worked in the newspaper industry for 25 years. When I was first out of college, making $8 an hour in radio, I also was making $9 an hour to work in the sports department at a newspaper. But their business just failed to adapt. I mean, the print was dying, and then they tried the subscription paywall thing. But to get into the evolution of media, I think this will make sense. The New York Times, and Bezos just said it right there. So we can mock the New York Times all we want, but Bezos is sitting there as the owner of the Washington Post and saying that my competition is doing really well revenue-wise, and I have no reason to doubt that. I don't know where they are subscription-wise, but revenue-wise, probably doing really well. But my thing is, when the Washington Post, the Philadelphia Inquirer, the USA Today, the New York Times, when they all become left-wing advocacy groups, and like he said it right there, investigative journalism is what we're great at. That's what he envisions the Washington Post. He doesn't need a bunch of writers spewing off Rachel Maddow left-wing progressive takes. And to kind of bring it home, to show you how left-wing thinking is a very niche, small market, CNN tries to do the same thing MSNBC does. Well, MS Now. But MS Now, say what you want about them, they blast CNN in the ratings. Now, they're behind Fox, but they dwarf CNN. So there's only so much of a marketplace out there for far-left ideology, and the Washington Post was doing the same thing as everybody else. That's why Bezos said we got to change things up, and that's why you had that pushback. Remember all those writers that were let go? Jeff Bezos is going to ruin a legacy paper. No, your activism ruined it. That's what happened, along with business managers that didn't know how to evolve the product.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
At the time I canceled. It was what they wrote, a piece that was allegedly, it was on their front page, and they wrote about Charlie Kirk, and I canceled the subscription. I do this and then I get it back, but because I need it for my job, but I get so aggravated, and it's fine if they give their opinion on an op-ed, and I'll still read it, but I just wanted to say that this is somebody's opinion.
Right. Yeah. No, you're consistent with that. I mean, you said the same thing about Fox News.
Yeah.
When you get to 7 o'clock, take off the news and just put Fox, because it's no longer really news. It's punditry.
And also tell me which segments are pre-taped and which segments are actually live. Another pet peeve.
Yeah, I know.
I understand. Do you think the audience...
Like Hannity's entire show?
Sometimes I mean, I can tell just because it's like, and I like to tell my kids, I'm like, watch for,
We know for a lot. I mean, there are some times when there's breaking news and he doesn't, but he tapes that show at 6 p.m.
Yeah. Now, some of the other shows, like sometimes Laura Ingraham is live. Sometimes there are huge segments, and I get that if you can't get Scott Bessent in the evening, right? So a lot of those are pre-interviews.
Sure, absolutely.
I simply wanted to say I would love
taped earlier
or say the time it was taped.
Yeah.
Taped at 6:02 today or whatever. Give me that detail. Instead of trying to make it look like the whole show is live.
Do you think
so annoying?
But do you think that drives away the audience?
No, they don't. That's what bothers me.
Okay.
Because people think that it's all live, and it's not.
Okay.
It's dishonest.
The Kron says, did Hannity kick Stalker's dog or something? No, I have a problem. I have a problem with phonies in this industry, and I can't.
He's not a phony.
No, he 100% is. And that's why I can't bite my tongue with certain individuals. And I know it's a flaw of mine that I just say what's ever on my mind all the time, and I know that. But I have a big problem with phonies in this industry, and it's because of people like Sean Hannity that this radio, the news talk radio is in the predicament that it's in, that we have to reinvent ourselves because people like Hannity have mailed in his show for too long, and it got predictable, it got boring, nobody wanted to listen to it anymore, and that's what people thought that this type of radio was. So yes, I do have a problem with people like this because they ruined this industry that I am now trying to bring back.
I vehemently, just so I'm putting myself on the record, I vehemently disagree with what Greg just said.
Okay.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
No, I do.
Of course you do.
But this is
I think
maybe
people are
we should have left
enough.
him then. Maybe we should have left him then, and me, you, and Rich should have stayed. Should not have been on.
First of all, you don't put me first. You go.
Oh, that's right.
You, Rich, and I. No, I think that first of all, that's a local decision. These are more local decisions. But I would also say that, I think people are smart enough to discern between all the different radio shows, and that's the beauty of it. And I think you putting us on YouTube, that's also another opportunity for people at work across the country. I now have relatives like in Florida, like, hey, I now watch you guys or have you in my earbud or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think that part of this is maybe in the past you're right, but I think now people can discern between that. I also think that for somebody like Sean Hannity, he has a podcast with that beautiful set that we all envy. He has a TV show, and then he also has the radio show. There's a lot there.
Yeah, nobody's doubting, I think, his success. I mean, you can't.
Oh, yeah, no, he could buy and sell me 100%. He's laughing all the way to the bank.
But I think what people fail to realize, and this is like inside baseball, but it shouldn't be, and I don't think it really will come off that way. A lot of these syndicated shows, they don't get great ratings in markets.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it would be really cool if you're somebody to the level of a Sean Hannity to just come on and say, hey, this is going to be the Sean Hannity and whatever show, or in other words, have your Padawan or have your next person who you can be proud of, that you inspired or that has been coming along with you. I mean, you think of like O'Reilly had Jesse, Jesse, who now has his show. Why not bring in like the next generation for a Hannity and say, I do a TV show, I have enough, and I have this cool podcast, which I love. And so here's my next person.
My problem is, and Dawn, you've been side by side with me through this entire thing, is that you know how hard I had to fight to get rid of these syndicated shows that were clogging up our airwaves, that were getting no ratings and no revenue. And I believe to my dying breath that that this audience wants to hear 3 local people talking about issues right now here live at 8:53 in the morning, sitting at 2400 Market Street, living in or outside of the city, talking about what's going on in people's lives. They don't care about the Sean Hannity and Newt Gingrich coming up at this time and Ann Coulter coming up at this time. It's just so predictable and boring. A show like this is like you never know what you're going to get. One day we're completely off the reservation. The next day we're talking line. We have to break though, because I see my friend Anthony Cumia sitting in the on deck circle.
Awesome,
so we have to break for Anthony.
That's right. Kayal and Company, 4th and final hour is coming up next. Anthony Cumia. We have Fight Club. We have Cut Sheet that will continue with him. And we'll get to the Piazza Auto Group, where right now, our teammates from Piazza include 2 Infinity dealerships. That's right. We're talking about expansion. By the way, we were out with Piazza yesterday. Speaking of expansion, we'll tell you about that as well. Ardmore and Westchester, though, when it comes to the Infinity dealerships. Infinity with a new star player in their lineup. The all-new 2027 QX65, this luxury crossover, is sporty. It is smart. It is spacious, with bold style and dynamic performance. Take it for a test drive today, but still more good news. 0% financing for 60 months. That's right, still available on the award-winning QX60 and the QX80 SUVs. Visit Infinity Ardmore or Infinity Westchester and tell them Nick sent you.
I rave about and I love all the work the Chapman family team, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. The team has done such great work in my home. But did you know they also repair screens? Right now, they have some great spring specials going on that I'll tell you about. But you can also, I enjoy checking them out on social media as well. You can follow them on social media. And they have one of their guys, Ron, just talking about the importance of repairing screens. You repair 3 screens. If you want 3 screens repaired, you get 1 free. Mix and match window and patio door screens as well. That's a great deal. Another deal that's 50% off right now. If you're willing to bring all your screens into their Westchester showroom, they're going to have them all ready for pickup, fix them, make them look like new. They'll be beautiful things. Up to 30 screens for just $750. So whether they come to you, whether you come to them, just want to let you know the Chapman team, they handle pretty much everything, whether it's screens, doors, windows, roof, stucco remediation. They do it all, but with such incredible care and precision. And as well, when you follow them on social media, you'll see the team, no matter where they are, no matter what the project, big or small, they just take such pride in the work they do. Just great group of guys. Call or text Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, 610-431-8898. You can text them, 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/radio to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/radio to get started and save. Legacybox.com/radio.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. My friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop, they want to help you exercise your Second Amendment rights safely and confidently. Family owned and operated for more than 60 years, they'll help you from the permit application to choosing the right firearm for you. Ladies, sign up now for Bob's all-female shoot. Sunday, June 7th at 2 p.m. No firearms ID card or experience needed. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. It's a great event and a great place. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in, 9 o'clock here on a Thursday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. All right, here's what I need everybody to do. Download the app, Censored.tv. Download the Censored.tv app, because every day at 4:30, this man, who also appears Sunday nights from 8 to 11 on 770 WABC Radio in New York, Anthony Cumia, is joining us. Woo! And you could get his content 6 days a week. Anthony, it's great to have you back, buddy.
Awesome. Love being back with you guys. Thank you for the nice plug there.
You
appreciate it.
Welcome.
This is really painful for Anthony. He hates getting up super early. So when
I did morning radio.
Beautiful.
I did morning radio for many years, and all I've done since then was try to figure out a way to never get up early. And, you know, people think this is, or people say you think this is early. I get up at 6 a.m. or what have you. And I appreciate that and understand it. But, you know, you carve out a niche in life, and it entails getting up around noonish.
That's amazing.
Noon.
Oh, I love you. I love you for that.
Oh, it's
Living the dream.
By the
My
way,
teenage sons.
yeah, the Opie and Anthony show, when it was like, you guys got huge ratings in Philadelphia. I was at 94 WISP, like as a lowly promotions guy. Like I had just started off as 21, and you guys were afternoons there until something bad happened, and you weren't afternoons there anymore. But just they would just every day they would come around and be like, "Did you see the ratings today?" Because they had Howard Stern in the morning and Opie and Anthony in the afternoon. It was a powerhouse of a radio station.
Yeah, those were insane times. And it's funny you mentioned promotions. Like that whole thing is a thing of the past in radio. It used to be a huge radio stations would do events, and the promotion people would go out. They'd have the station van and hand out shirts and stickers, and it was like this big event when a radio station showed up. And I don't know. It's not that way. It's not
that way.
Anthony, I can't even get a T-shirt for our own show.
For me.
When I was, one of the first jobs I had there was to drive around the prize van, and it was a giant van that had Howard Stern on the morning on one side and Opie and Anthony on the afternoon on the other side. It was like, every time I would drive down the road, everybody would honk, and oh man, it was just radio used to be.
You'd load up the bin with T-shirts.
Sometimes.
Radio used to be fun, Anthony.
Yeah, it's definitely changed over the course of the years, and I think the internet, obviously, and the podcasting and everything has pretty much changed it for forever. I can't see it really going back to those times, but I'm glad I was part of it.
And you kind of blazed a path, really, for two things. For the type of radio, like I liked what you guys did and what old Howard Stern did. I'm not talking about what he's doing now, but old Howard Stern. Like you guys blazed a path for, real honest conversations on the radio. And we were talking earlier, Anthony, about how radio is like, even this type of radio, and I'm not talking about this show, but I mean like conservative talk radio has kind of gotten stale because everybody knows the opinions of everybody else, and nobody has a differing opinion, and it's just a whole thing. And I long for the days when people could just have honest conversations, and people disagreed with you and they agreed with you, but it was honest, and you guys blazed that path with Opie and Anthony and Howard Stern, but you also blazed the path when you got fired. You went out and did your own thing. You did your own podcast, and subscribers went to you before anybody was really doing it.
Yeah, that was a lifeboat for me, pretty much. I was a persona non grata in the industry for a few years, and I figured I still loved doing it. I wanted to do shows, so I had a studio set up in my basement. Back in New York, and just went with it, and we really didn't have any precedent. We didn't have anything to base it on. And you bring up a good point though about talk radio these days. A lot of people don't want to put their own personality into it. They don't want to put a little, every so often a little humor in it. It doesn't mean you're less serious about what you're talking about. It's just more conducive to an audience in 2026. You don't just want to be the stuffed shirt talking head kind of a thing,
or wear a suit doing a radio show, right?
Yeah,
it's bizarre.
These people that wear suits wearing radio.
I guess it makes you more credible. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what they think.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I think with the cameras and everything, people assumed it was a TV show, like the old days, kind of you got to wear a suit and tie.
Yeah,
radio was never about that.
Never.
I mean, it sounds kind of corny now, but the on-air personalities would talk about the suits.
Yeah.
Those were management and the sales staff, and you didn't want any part of them. So the on-air personalities, you come in, you're wearing whatever you wore the night before at a bar, and that's what it was.
Do you remember those YSP studios? You guys did a couple shows there. Do you remember they were S-holes. Like really, like they were just like there was no technology, like the old carts and CDs that skipped, and it was just like it was a mess in there.
Yeah, that's one of the big misconceptions I think a lot of people had about radio. And I did, because I got into radio relatively later in life than a lot of other people that got into it right after college. And you walk in and you'd see the equipment and go, what is this? This is archaic. VU meters moving. And I haven't seen a VU meter in decades, but there they were. It was quite a surprise.
Yeah, you go into 77 WABC sometimes, right?
Every month I fly up to New York and do the show from the studio. I just did one with Jimmy Norton.
I love Jimmy.
Last week, 2 weeks ago, and it was just a blast. But yeah, it is kind of weird. I've gotten comfy here in my own studio, and
it's a beautiful setup, weird. By the way. Look at that.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah,
it's very convenient. My commute is a few steps
that's
away
amazing.
From my bed.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that who would have thought 25 years ago, right, that you could just do the show from anywhere? You had to go into a physical studio with other people, and there was a board op, and there was a producer, and there was a call screen, there was a whole thing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Anthony, keep in mind this is the same guy who will not allow his co-host on this show to work from home.
Well, no,
thank you.
I'd like okay.
That actually, there is some weight to that because everybody's doing shows with the panel next to them like this, but from different places.
Yes,
there's something to be said for being in the same room.
No, you're
agreed.
Right. You're
There really is.
It is different.
When I do a show, the show with Jimmy, it was so much better being in that studio with him. There's just certain little things. Hey, look, you get used to it after a while. I do a show with Gavin every Wednesday.
Gavin
from
McGinnis.
4:30 to 6.
Not Newsom.
He's been on this show too. Yeah,
yeah, Gavin's awesome.
Yeah, Gavin's been on with us. Yep.
Yeah, we do it. He's in New York. I'm down here in South Carolina, and it works fine. We're very used to it. We figured it out. But there are some instances where people, I think, and people kind of like when you're in the same room.
They do.
Maybe COVID made it a little more acceptable, but
it's the chemistry. And I know you have issues with your former partner, but like the chemistry that you two had and Jim was undeniable. I don't know if that chemistry would have been as good as it was if the three of you were in different places.
Yeah, that also having the comics come in.
Yep.
When Patrice would come in. Rich Voss would come in, Nick DiPaolo. Just them being in the same room, busting balls was. I don't think you could do that as well remotely.
Yeah, agreed. All right, let's get to some cuts here. We will get to Fight Club. I just wanted to. I wanted to play a couple other because. Anthony, every day at 9:10 we have this little bit we do called Fight Club because if you notice, I know you spend some time on X, but there's a lot of fights. There's a lot of fights these days, so we decide to pick a fight a day and just kind of comment on it as it's going on.
Wow, how do you come up with so much of the material for that?
There's a lot. There's a lot. But I wanted to start with so Stephen Colbert is on his farewell tour. I believe his last show is tonight.
Have you ever seen something where no one really cares? Just no one cares that he's going away. I thought he was gone already.
Yeah.
Only his contemporaries and colleagues and the Jimmy Kimmels and the Seth Meyers of the world.
Well, we will not be broadcasting on Steven's final show.
They're all going
out of respect for. Please.
Like Johnny Carson's leaving.
Well, last night he had on Bruce Springsteen, and as I'm sure you know, he had to get political. So let's start with a little bit of Bruce. He did the Streets of Minnesota. Or Minneapolis, or whatever.
Oh, no. That is so awful. It sounds like some AI song. Please write me a corny protest song in the style of Bruce Springsteen. AI would spit that out in a second.
Were you ever a Springsteen fan, Anthony?
Never.
Me neither. Me neither. Just I never got it. And I know living in this area, because, Philadelphia, New Jersey, like New York, we're all like, right here next to each other. It's like sacrilege to say that you don't like Bruce Springsteen in this area.
Yeah, you're in that area.
Yeah, I never got it.
Well, I'm on the boardwalk with my best girl, and Shut up. Who cares?
And he doesn't even. He sounded terrible then, and he sounds worse now.
He's terrible.
All right, let's roll some of this.
It's so bad.
What was the second segment? His wife giving a dialogue or a discourse or a speech on abortion? We're going out with a liberal bang on the final show. Good God.
Patty should have just played the violin.
Yeah.
The fact that he's saying, because the president can't take a joke, the show was losing money hand over fist, just bleeding cash because no one cared to watch the show. That's why shows are taken off the air. There have been plenty of shows that the presidents of the United States didn't like that went on for many years. He's terrible. He's offensive to some people, and he's gone.
Well, Anthony, I mean, we were just talking about studios for radio. I mean, we're in a palatial building. I can't imagine it's very cheap to be in here. He's at the Ed Sullivan Theater. That can't be cheap. And he's got a massive staff. So if you wanted to survive, maybe, I don't know, change studios cheaper, cut your staff down, and maybe even take a little bit of a pay cut yourself, right?
That's writing staff looked like one of those old Benetton ads. Just liberal douches everywhere. Cut some of those down. He blew it. I think his moment was that dancing with the vaccines.
With the syringes and the needles?
Yeah, I think that really damaged him permanently. And he's just... when he was the parody of the right-wing guy, when he would do the Colbert Report, that was funny. That was clever. It was a takeoff on a lot of the Fox News political shows. And even conservatives found it funny. That's something where you say, well, I have a different point of view, a different political opinion, but at least that's funny. Then he became that guy, only a liberal version of it. And he didn't realize how ridiculous he looked doing it.
Yeah. I'm really, and look, you're a funny guy. You've had a great career. It blows me away that so many people on either side of the political spectrum, and I think it really applies to both, nobody seems to have a sense of humor anymore when their political side gets parodied, right? Like, the left mocks the right, and then there's like a staunch conservative who's like, I find that funny. I just don't get him. And then it's the same thing on the other side. Like, you take it that seriously that you can't poke fun at yourself and what you support? I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's gotten that way. And, because you're supposed to be 100% behind your team, no matter what. There are plenty of instances where I watch Trump and I just go like, oh, God, no, what's he doing? Oh, no. And it's just part of it. I support him. I voted for him. I'd vote for him again if he runs for that third term. But I'm not 100%. No one can be. And if somebody parodies some of those things that I disagree with, I'm going to laugh my ass off.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a quick detour to do Fight Club, and then I want to get into Chelsea Handler decided...
you and everybody else that's been in...
She decided because we talked a lot about the Kevin Hart roast that was on Netflix and Pete Davidson's joke about Charlie Kirk. But she has a lot to say about two comedians, one Tony Hinchcliffe and the other being Shane Gillis. But we will get into all of that after we do Fight Club.
Very soon, our intro could sound just like this. This is your Elon Musk, AI-produced Kayal and Company Fight Club.
Shall we play a game?
Let's play. How many bad movie references about computers can we get into this open?
Item 151 on today's glitch list.
All of Greg's favorite listeners, the boomers, are screaming this.
I wouldn't trust this overgrown pile of microchips any further than I can throw it.
Remember, AI fights are garbage. Real fights equal real ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
We're gonna knock you out.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
All right, today's Fight Club was submitted by, I think this was Richard. Richard submitted this one. This is a graduation ceremony in Scotlandville High School. A fight breaks out. We're seeing a lot of these, Nick, Anthony, Dawn. These fights that are happening where things are getting ruined by people who can't behave.
Yes. Boy, I tell you what, commencement speeches and graduations are a very volatile place to be.
Yeah. Anthony, it's people who can't behave. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. Unruly teens.
Yes.
Hooligans. I read that like it's 1928.
I know. The hell with
hooligans committing shenanigans and chicanery out there.
No more teen takeovers. It's hooligan hell.
Yeah. All right. Let's roll a little bit of this graduation ceremony gone wrong. Roll this. Oh boy, look at this. Oh man. Just pounding one another in the stands.
Yep. Oh my, it's a curb stomp. Right behind where the speakers are presenting.
Yeah.
Right in front of the Jumbotron.
People are just trying to get their diploma and go home.
Right.
and this is...
This is a 9th grade graduation, by the way.
And they're all 40 years old.
I love how people are still surprised and going like, "Oh my God! Oh!" It would be like going out every sunrise and going, "Oh!
Yep.
Oh my God!"
Uh-huh.
It shouldn't surprise anyone.
No.
Yeah, high school was definitely the best 6 years of their life.
We can't have nice things. We used to. We used to be able to do things like this,
right.
Anthony. Not so much anymore, right?
A graduation, getting an order at McDonald's.
Yep.
Just simple things we used to be able to do as people.
Well, this one, can you do 9A here, Phil? This is a woman trying to keep her composure after 2 customers try to get a refund for food that they already ate.
I ate the whole thing and it sucked.
That's a popular subject for a brawl.
All right, roll this.
Domino's.
Do I have this? Oh, hang on, Phil.
This is a Domino's employee at the computer. So I'm assuming this person ate the cheesy bread, the brownie, the whole pie, the chicken nuggets, and then said, "Yeah, this wasn't what I ordered."
All right, Phil, start it over. Let's roll this.
You don't care though. No, you're really not. Then take your food and have a wonderful You're really not. You could really just refund me. No. You could really refund me because all the food was dry and nasty and it was you first. H-A-L-E-I-G-H. Okay, and what is the corporate number? I don't have that. But we need it.
It's crazy, but I'm trying to offer
Who's the store manager?
I'm trying to offer you a credit.
But we don't live over here. We live an hour and a half from here.
You got to give back the product for me to give you a refund.
But that's something you should have said over the phone.
I misunderstood you, and we already.
So how was that my fault?
No one says it's your fault, but you've got to do it though. Like it's not your fault.
So then that's something you should have said over the phone.
But
again,
ma'am, this is a Domino's.
Like you're doing right now.
She was.
She was. Right. I was there. That's why I came in. Like all the dancing, and you was just so unprofessional, really. And you still are.
She ate the food.
But we're not going to go an hour away to come back here. You was really rude.
She's rude.
Really rude.
He was really
and
rude.
You should have said it over the phone.
So it's just 5 pastas, like a 9 and 2-liter drink.
All right, we have a description of the suspects according to CNN.
A male, possibly white.
Anthony, the food was dry, quote, dry and nasty, but there's no remnants of it left.
Yeah, none of it's left. Also, what are you ordering from? Chez Domino's? It's Domino's pizza. Of course it's dry and nasty.
Yes.
That's what it's your last resort to just sustain life.
And then we live an hour and a half away. So you don't have a Domino's in your hometown?
No.
That's the worst. It's the worst.
And you know, that poor woman, I can only imagine how she feels putting that uniform on every morning, just knowing, like she probably feels like the guys felt storming the beaches of Normandy, like just knowing that gate was going to open up and it was just going to be a living hell for hours on end. I feel so bad for some of these people.
Yeah.
Their jobs are terrible. They don't want it. They screwed up somewhere along life that they're in a Domino's pizza working. And this is now the newest thing they have to deal with.
I don't want to work, okay?
That's amazing.
I can't take this anymore.
All right, we will have more on the other side with the great Anthony Cumia, who you can hear weeknights 77 or on Sundays 77 WABC from 8 to 11 and weeknights from 4:30 on censored.tv. Nick Kayal, talk to us about Bucks County Estate Traders.
Bucks County Estate Traders, the savings never end, but the Memorial Day sale will. That's coming up through the 31st. You still have 10 more days to save 20 to 50% store-wide. We're talking about indoor and outdoor patio, specifically your decks. And I was able to get a little two-seater, a bistro table, they call it. Very beautiful at Bucks County Estate Traders. I have a small deck, limited space, and we needed one last little piece right there between the fire pit and the Blackstone. And I said, you know what? I'm going to call up my boy Matt Stanella, and boy, did they come through. And they're going to come through for you. Memorial Day sale, the entire store, 20 to 50% off, and it goes through May 31st. But that's not where the savings will stop. No. If you're able to take the furniture home yourself and don't require delivery, ask about an additional discount. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by their huge showroom in Hatfield today. And as always, make sure you tell them Nick sent you.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
In Philadelphia, when property damage hits, there's one name more homeowners and business owners trust than anyone else. Morano's Public Adjustment Group, the #1 public adjuster in Philly. Why? Because they don't work for the insurance company. They work for you, fighting to get you the maximum settlement you deserve. Fire, water, storm damage, even denied or underpaid claims. Morano's knows how to win. Don't settle for less. Call the team Philadelphia trusts most. Visit Morano'sAdjustment.com or call today. Morano's Public Adjustment Group, Philadelphia's #1 public adjuster.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
If your kitchen has been on your to-do list for years, Kitchen Magic has news for you. This May is the month to finally do it. We're offering up to 30% off kitchen renovations, plus flexible financing designed to fit any budget. Kitchen Magic has been family-owned and operated right here in Nazareth since 1979, and our team is ready to bring your dream kitchen to life. Don't wait another year. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's get started.
If you're in the Philadelphia area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 267-535-2174. That's 267-535-2174. Don't wait. Call 267-535-2174 now. Again, that's 267-535-2174. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball is back, spring is here, and it's time to step up to the plate at Barlow. If you're looking for a grand slam this year, get behind the wheel of the GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park. Or ride in style with the Buick Envista. Whether you're heading to the ballpark or rounding the bases of your daily commute, the Envista delivers. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Let me tell you about Ashley Furniture. Find unbeatable savings on the hottest styles during Ashley's Memorial Day sale. Save up to 20% off on all Ashley Furniture or enjoy 60-month no-interest financing with no minimum purchase. These Memorial Day deals won't last long, so now's the time to upgrade. Shop today at Ashley. Thank you, Ashley Furniture, for sponsoring the 9 o'clock hour.
Hey, Royers Ford. Remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
9:29, it is Kayal and Company rolling along here on this Thursday. Censored.tv is the app. Download it today. Watch Anthony Cumia daily. Get his Sunday night radio program on 77 WABC in New York as he's hanging out with us here on a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
Coming up at 10, Dawn's Big 3. Right now we're just looking at her Big 2s. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Anthony.
It's wrong.
If this guy wasn't the brand manager, I'd send him to the brand manager and have him sit down for a conversation.
That's how things have changed, Anthony. I'm also the program director of this radio station.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, now that would be HR, right?
I know,
Wouldn't
100%.
you be sent to HR.
100%. Yeah.
Have to go through, either get fired or have to go through some type of training.
Sensitivity training.
Well,
right.
That would be good fodder.
It would be great for the show.
It's somebody in training.
Yeah.
To have to televise the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like here, and then form a human spanking machine in the hallway. Get to spank him. Which then I could go to, then I'd have to go for retraining, right? Because I'm looking at my boss.
Yep.
Who's a hottie blonde. You know what I mean? And it just goes, this could be forever material right here.
Forever material.
That was another thing they did when they made the air staff have to adhere to the rules that management and other people would have to adhere to. So, that was kind of one of the nails in the coffin.
Yeah. Chelsea Handler sat down on some podcast that I've never heard of. But she's so the Kevin Hart roast. We talked a lot about that. The jokes that were there was the Charlie Kirk joke out of line. Of course not. No jokes are out of line in a roast. They're supposed to be brutal. That's the whole point. But Chelsea Handler took kind of personal shots at Shane Gillis and Tony Hinchcliffe because she believes they're misogynistic and racist. And she went on this 4-minute diatribe about this. Like, she can't get over herself. She can't get over this. Why she was invited on this roast, I have no idea. But she takes personal shots at comedy. What is deemed acceptable to joke about. You never joke about lynching. You can never joke about slavery. You can never those things are off limits. Other stuff, though, I guess she's the comedy police. I don't know.
No jokes about women.
Yeah. All right. Let's roll 21, Phil.
I don't have a lot of. I'm 51, so I'm pretty secure with who I am.
Yeah.
I don't care if these guys say that I'm a whore. Like, I'm doing exactly
like
what
it.
they're doing, except I'm a woman and I'm allowed to.
And that's real.
Yeah, I'm rich, I'm famous, and I'm hot. So I'm people.
You're
Like,
supposed to.
that's what I'm going to do. I'm
Hot?
going to continue to keep doing
Really?
that as long as, I remain as I am. So I don't really see the problem.
Yeah, no, and I think a lot of other women
Who sits like that?
Especially women that are into.
Yeah, whether you're famous, whether you're famous or rich, those don't apply. But like the idea that, like, what were they going to say about me? They couldn't say anything other than that I'm a whore or my age. I
This
think
isn't
that
the
was
first
other
big
thing
brown
they would-
thing
and
she
you're like,
sat on.
Those are jokes. That's not clever writing. And I knew they would be lazy because they do that for a living. And I knew enough about like Tony Hinchcliffe and Shane and their backgrounds. I had ex-girlfriends blowing up my DMs that had dated Shane and were telling me stuff about him. So based
What
on that,
the
it's like,
hell?
these guys.
What is this?
Please. Dating. They're telling
Wow.
me all about him, that he's a racist, and like, oh, please.
Plus that nobody's calling her anything. Nobody's talking about her.
I didn't even know she was relevant anymore.
She's not. That's the whole point of this podcast, is that she's not relevant anymore.
And I love that people that dated Shane told her he's racist. What are you doing in the middle of, the act? You're going like the Tuskegee experiments were all bullcrap and.
All right, keep going there, Phil. Oh wait,
Yeah, there's 3 more minutes of this.
Tell us now. What say?
It's just everything we know, that they're racist, that they're bigots, that they're sexist, that they think they're like invincible, that they've been canceled for being like, Shane got.
They're racist, they're sexist, and they're bigots.
Oh God, man!
Really?
What is she, the head of the DNC?
What is happening here? Like
comedy.
They're comedians.
Wait, she's saying Kevin Hart is
No. She's talking about Tony
Gillis.
Hinchcliffe and Shane Gillis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's who she went after in the roast the
No,
most.
Kevin was the poor victim
Yes.
sitting there
he's the
that all
victim.
these other
Okay.
people are now coming out to defend, even though he didn't ask for anyone to defend him. I'm not a Kevin Hart fan by any stretch of the imagination, but he doesn't need all these people to pick up the torch for him and talk about how oppressed he is and how Shane Gillis was dragging him back into Jim Crow up on that stage.
Yeah. What level of Jim Crow are we up to now? I have it at least 11.0.
Yeah. It's like my phone operating system.
Update.
Would you like to update to Jim Crow 17.6? And of course I do.
It never ends though with these people. Their whole identity is around other people's identities and who's oppressed.
I love it.
In 2026, Anthony.
Yeah, they're so fixated on other people and what they're doing and saying, and someone like Chelsea Handler, she is irrelevant. And when you talk about people like Tony Hinchcliffe and Shane Gillis, they're at the top of their game right now.
Yep.
They are the ones getting millions of views on whatever they do.
Mm-hmm.
And, what did she see? An opportunity maybe to get her name out there and intermingled with them to get some views, because no one cares what Chelsea Handler is doing.
Well, and here's the other thing, Anthony. Corporate America has said already that, Shane Gillis has served his sentence. Bud Light brought him back. He's back in the mainstream. I mean, think about this. Bud Light, after their Dylan Mulvaney disaster from 3 years ago, says, you know what, we have to reverse course here pretty quickly, and we're hiring Shane Gillis. So,
because they know what gets eyes on their product.
100%.
That's it. They didn't go to Chelsea Handler. It's such, and the comedy police thing that you bring up. It's true. There are people that believe they know what could and can't, what should and shouldn't be said in the context of comedy. Get out of here.
She's the worst. All right, let's keep going with this, Phil.
Was on SNL years later. So he got fired So what happened in between those two events? So he believes this is per one of his
shoes off my couch,
that
bitch.
he's invincible. He's like, doesn't matter. I can say anything I want.
Yeah. Do you think that now a lot of like white comics, they feel as though that they can say something racist and it's gonna further their career?
Well, yeah, they're going to get in with that group of like Roganites and that Austin group of Joe Rogan and all of those guys. And I just, like that's their MO. Even some girl comics have started to do it, to be like in with that group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah, I was just gonna say she's talking about the most popular comedians and the most popular podcaster, like around now. Like, what is she? She's just jealous, honestly, because she's not a part of that group.
Well, because think about it, she has to name Tony or Shane or Joe. Because we wouldn't be playing it if she.
100%.
We wouldn't be playing it otherwise.
Yes.
So
a random Chelsea Handler clip. No. Yeah, you're 100% right. And her set. I watched the entire Kevin Hart roast. Her set sucked. It just did. Like Tony's. Pete Davidson, who I'm really not that much of a fan of because I don't think he's that funny, but he killed on there, and so did Shane. Like those guys were amazing at the roast, and she sucked, and she can't deal with it.
She took it personally.
She did. She absolutely did. All right, let's hang on a second. All right, Phil, let's keep going here.
I'm starting to feel like it's this thing that a lot of white comics are doing, and there's this white group of them that's like they say in things, and people, they get famous, and then people get on their. Then there's another group going, hey, well, you're cool with us for saying what you say.
Yeah.
Now they become super rich and famous, and they sell out all over, and it's like, I don't think anybody should be paying attention to that because, it's not happening like that on the other end. But they're becoming famous over.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's crazy. So with this whole, did you feel? I mean, did you like they were saying up there though? Like,
no, I mean it was ick. It was
Holy
gross.
geez.
I don't find those jokes to be funny. Jokes about lynching black people or. Lynching is not a joke. That's worse than rape. Like, you're not joking about rape, are you? Are you saying I'm going to go rape you? You know you can't do that, but you can say lynching. Like,
I've heard jokes
I find
about
that
rape.
to be.
Yeah.
I don't know. People are like, it's a roast. You go for it.
Yes.
I'm like, you can go for it without being gross.
Oh, God.
Like, I find that to be gross. I found with them
Listening
making fun
to
of
this
Cheryl
is real
Underwood's
gross.
like dead husband who committed suicide. Like.
Skin color.
She's fine with that. If she says she's fine with that, she's fine with that. I wasn't fine with that. I thought that was disgusting too. But
Why
there's
does that matter?
Yeah.
Holy mother of God.
She literally is the comedy police.
Yeah.
You shall talk
She's-
about this
yeah.
and not this. You can talk about that, but not that.
Just her saying she didn't have a problem with it, but I have a problem with it.
Right.
Yeah, it wasn't your husband that committed
Yeah.
suicide that they were joking about. She didn't have a problem with it. What does it have to do with you at all?
I've seen black comedians roast black people, white people. I've seen white comedians roast white people, black people. To me, everything's fair game because it's just a performance.
Yeah. And they take one of the jokes and they pick it apart to try to make it be about things like lynching.
Yep.
The lynching joke was about Kevin Hart being short.
Yes.
It was the joke was that you could lynch him from a bonsai tree.
Yes.
That's funny. It conjures up a funny image. So it's a short joke, not a lynching joke.
That is a brutal but beautiful roast joke.
Yeah.
I'm sure whoever wrote that went, this is great.
I agree with you, Anthony. I'm not a Kevin Hart fan either, but he really was a good sport about all of this. He wasn't offended by any of it. Nothing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? No. So
I love Kevin Hart.
Yeah,
those Jumanji, like those horrible Jumanji movies.
Yeah, I like old school Chappelle better.
Of course.
Chappelle back in the day.
Oh,
was
yeah.
just
No one beats that.
untouchable.
Old Chappelle. Yeah, he's gotten a little preachy these days, too.
Yeah. He's not comedy anymore.
No, it's like a late night show.
It's like, yes, he pontificates on things now.
Yep.
All right, just a little bit more of this. He'll go.
I knew it was going to be such a, gross vibe, then I would be able to elevate it, no problem. And that's what I went to do. I was like, all right, well, I'll pick it up because they're going to try and bring it down.
Yeah.
And Kevin didn't deserve that. He deserved like an elevated roast.
So let me ask you this: when you see other black people laughing at that, does it make you go, all right, whatever, or do you think to yourself?
I mean, I'm not here to tell black people what's funny about black
Yes,
jokes.
you are. That's exactly what she's doing.
What's funny? What you should be offended by? I thought Gavin Newsom and Tim Walz' wives were a pain in the ass to listen to. Chelsea Handler takes the top spot.
Wow.
That's exactly what she's been doing.
Yeah.
Telling black people what they should or shouldn't find funny.
Yeah. Why don't you ask the black people on the roast what they found funny? You know what I mean? Like if Kevin Hart was offended by it, that's one thing. Yeah. But he wasn't.
I just got a text from one of my golf buddies. He's a retired gynecologist. He listens to the show.
Nice.
And he's a Trump guy. And he says Kevin Hart's jokes are hilarious. Like, do we really have to live in a world where we have people of other racial backgrounds telling those people in those backgrounds what should offend you and what shouldn't? Like, if I was that guy, who is that guy, by the way, on the couch?
I have no idea. His shirt says broke.
Well, that's what happens when you book Chelsea Handler. You're broke.
I look forward to his next syllable with great anticipation.
I'm bobbing and weaving.
All right, there's like 15 seconds of this. Hang on. Let's just finish it off, right?
Opinion, I don't like that. I also don't like the N-word, but I have plenty of black friends who toss that around all the time. It's not my place to say, oh, that word makes me feel uncomfortable. Right. You know, black people are allowed to do whatever they want. If Kevin thinks that's funny, he thinks that's funny. I don't think it's funny.
Oh, but white people.
Wow. Oh, my God.
She's saying all of the things that black people normally find very offensive.
Yep.
Like, this is the bigotry that white liberal women especially bring out and think they're saving the world.
Right.
And all she's doing is looking very bigoted.
Yes.
Right. Very superior.
Yeah.
Like, black people can do whatever they want, and I'll police the white people for you.
The virtue signaling never ends.
Yeah.
TDS.
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Anthony Cumia, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
Woo.
My
Great
God.
stuff, man. Great
Love
stuff.
it.
Thank you for getting up early with us. We really appreciate it. We're you do very well on the show, so we're probably gonna call on you again, but I'll make it.
I love it.
All right.
There's very few people that I get up early for.
I know.
You guys, you're one of them.
Thank you.
Awesome.
We appreciate it. Anthony Cumia. You can hear him weeknights, 4:30 p.m. censored.tv, and you can hear him Sunday nights on 77 WABC from 8 to 11 p.m. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you. Have a great day, man.
See you, man.
Thanks, man. There he is.
I'm paid to get up at this time. Why are you?
Well, Anthony likes to join us. That's why. All right, we'll come back and wrap up the cut sheet. We have Today in Music History just about 10 minutes from now, the Big Three, and the Dawn Show, top of the hour. Stay right there.
You know, with gas prices on top of everybody's minds, have you considered a hybrid vehicle? So there are so many gas saving options right now available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group, the Honda hybrid lineup, including the Accord, the Civic, and the CR-V SUV, which is what my husband, Larry Bear, what he drives, the CR-V SUV. So right now, you take advantage of 2.99% financing for 36 months or 3.99% for 60 months. That's on the CR-V. So experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. Of course, you can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Host. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethost.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new, year after year. What could be better than that? How about not one, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers. And on the sidelines, we cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Philadelphia, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Philly families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 267-489-1601. That's 267-489-1601. Call now. 267-489-1601. 267-489-1601.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you sick of prices constantly rising, especially in some of your basic health essentials? You're not alone. And Rescue is doing something about it. This Memorial Month, Rescue Natural Supplements is featuring huge rollback prices on all their products, from cholesterol, metabolic support, to their best-selling high-intensity omega-3s. What's more, you can actually stack up your savings. When you buy 2 more bottles, you get a bonus bottles for free. Go to res-q.com to shop these deals. Stock up on your favorites or try something new that fit your health goals. Rescue products are meticulously crafted, rigorously tested, and rooted in the belief that wellness should be personal, effective, and grounded in science. So what are you waiting for? Stack your savings with major rollback prices on top of Memorial Month deals site-wide. Shop today at res-q.com or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Now's the best time to put your health first and start feeling better. Just go to res-q.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
This segment of Kayal and Company brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Make a statement for summer, inside or outside, and save during the Memorial Day sale at Bucks County Estate Traders. Enjoy 20 to 50% savings store-wide now through the 31st. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom. We will show you what is in store for the Big Three. The Dawn Show, top of the hour. But right now, 8-Share dazzles with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 21st, we celebrate the birthday of Ronald Isley from the Isley Brothers, who's now 85. Heavenly birthday shout to Hilton Valentine from the Animals. We also lost Nick Menza from Megadeth in 2016. Signatude Smoke of the Water by Deep Purple in 73. And The Abyss by Accept in 2010. Album that could Killing the Dragon by Dio in 2002. Ages of Fortune by Blue Oyster Cult in 76. Down on the Upside by Soundgarden in 96. And Long Cold Winter by Cinderella in 88. Also in 83, David Bowie was topped the singles chart. In 80, Joe Strummer of The Clash was arrested for smashing his guitar over the head of someone in the audience. On the very same day, a thief broke into Electric Lady Studios in New York and stole 5 Jimi Hendrix gold records. In 55, Chuck Berry recorded Maybelline. In 81, Bob Marley was buried with state honors in Jamaica. And in 64, the Drifters recorded Under the Boardwalk the day after their lead singer was found dead. But lastly, on this day in 2005, Nine Inch Nails' album With Teeth debuted at #1 on the album chart. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
There he is, Phil Almquist with the music. As now we get set for some of the news. Yes. Dawn Stensland's Big Three.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Big Three, #1. Oh, the nasty weather. 63 degrees right now, and this is pretty much as good as it gets. So let's talk about what happened as crews across our region cleaning up right now, and as well trying to restore power and clean up the roadways because roads remain closed in parts of Burlington and Gloucester counties as well, New Jersey, but I'll take you to Pennsylvania on the PA side where the damage was worse. Pottstown, Montgomery County, suburbs of Bucks, Chester, Montgomery County.
Did you guys get any damage? I know we talked about this in the 6 o'clock hour, but I didn't even see any coming in.
No.
Yeah, we had down trees.
Did you have
area.
down trees?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I had pollen blowing around, leaves, some branches, but no full trees.
Yeah, I didn't see any in my area, Bucks, there when on my way in the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah, so we had, at the height of this thing last night, PECO reported 32,000 customers without power immediately after that. We still have several thousand without power this morning, but they expect that they can clean that up, down power lines. I think it was mostly the ones that are taking more time, obviously, were those huge trees that came down in Montgomery County, knocking down all the power lines. Wow. So that's part of what they're out there right now restoring.
It seems like every time, I mean, there was such a huge shift in the weather. You know, it went from literally, I took my son somewhere yesterday, and it was literally when we got to the place we were at, it was 98 degrees or 95, something like that. And by the time we left, it was 73. I was like, wow, that was a 30 degree drop in a half hour.
Yep.
Yeah, that was...
Take a look there at some video, too. Viewers captured a lot of video from a lightning strike in Wilmington,
the hail.
all the way to hail the size of pebbles in Malvern, Chester County. Action News was nearby over on Waterloo Road in Berwyn after a tree fell onto power lines and caught fire there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so, and I told you earlier about the fire that was in the Lehigh Valley started from lightning.
Yeah, 22nd Street in Allentown.
So they always tell you, if you've got that down power line, don't go near it or drive through it because you could be electrocuted.
That's right.
As far as South Jersey, which I alluded to earlier, a lot of the roads remained closed in parts of Burlington and Gloucester counties. Crews, residents just trying to clean up all that damage. Strong winds. I know that some of these storms down south, as the same system moved through, there were reported tornadoes. National Weather Service is out. They always go out and try to confirm the wind speed. But right now, they're saying they were just those straight line winds, that we don't have reports or confirmation that maybe tornadoes we're moving through. But heavy winds, debris everywhere, fallen power lines. Lots of, I know Woodbury Heights crews removing all those down trees. And we talked about this because we're an older area with huge 100-year-old trees. Part of the problem is when we have record heat as we had, it weakens the trees.
It does, yeah. Unfortunately. You can see them. I mean, like even just a couple days, you can see the grass. You know what I mean? It gets scorched.
Mm-hmm.
So like I welcome that rain. I welcome a couple days of rain, even though it's a long holiday weekend. We do need it, unfortunately.
Need some of those trees on my golf course to come down.
Just for you. Just for his golf.
Nobody
game.
wants these trees around.
God.
We've been talking.
Man of the people,
I
Nick
know,
Kayal.
Man of the people. Take that tree down.
As he's talking about his
beautiful tree,
his country club membership. Ugh.
No, I just need those trees to dry up and die and fall down, so my ball doesn't hit them anymore. That's all.
It's all about your ball.
It's all about my balls.
We still have the Coast Guard search going down that we've been talking about for day 4 with this intense Coast Guard search. They've been out there trying to resolve this situation with just a tragic situation. During the heat wave Monday, you had a group of college kids. They were in Ocean City, New Jersey, right? 10th Street Beach, if you know that area. And a lot of people were out there when suddenly one of the boogie boarders, a 20-year-old whose name has not yet been released, college kid, Hofstra, but he's from Exton. His dad, at least the dad, I don't know if the mom was there, 20-year-old disappears, went missing while boogie boarding right off the 10th Street Beach. And he has not been found yet. So tough weather with high winds and everything still. It's a pretty breezy day, cold day, but tough weather for Coast Guard searches still continue for this college kid. It's just really a sad story. And they kept that beach closed as they had to.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, in part
He's
of it.
He's going to wash up.
And that's why they want to have the beaches closed, quite frankly, because
although somebody was saying yesterday, and I don't know this to be true, I'm just reading things from the chat, which is what I do, but like somebody said yesterday that it's bodies don't usually float up in cold water. They do it in warm water, but not cold water. So but yeah, you would think that he would eventually wash to shore, but yeah. I mean, like, look, it's
horrible.
I hate to, I'm not trying to diminish this at all. This is a horrible story. It's a horrible story. But there, before the grace of God, go all of us. Like, I've done, and I'm sure you guys did too. Well, maybe not Dawn, but like I've done stupid stuff in my life when I was a teenager, or late teens, early 20s, that I was just like, oh, glad I made it out of that okay. You know what I mean? But sometimes you don't, and it's an unfortunate fact of life.
I'm just stunned by how far out he was. You guys reported it was 200 yards.
And part of that can tell us that we know that it was a rough surf.
Yeah.
And there were small craft advisories. And so what it tells you is they were boogie boarding. They obviously got swept out.
Yeah.
And it can happen
and no
so
guards,
quickly.
right? No guards,
no
on
lifeguards.
Duty.
I mean,
so it's
until
awful,
this weekend.
But like, dude, you took the risk, right?
Yeah.
Like you went out there, no guards, 200 yards.
Dude, here's the thing: is that I used to like, and I wince now thinking about this. And if my son ever did this, I would just like,
oh my God.
I would pull my hair out. But like, Nick, you know where I grew up. The slate belt.
Yeah, what's jumping in the quarries?
What's famous in the slate belt? Quarries. I swim in quarries all the time. We used to jump off ledges that were 20 feet in the air.
Yeah, I never did that, but we would go off rope swings into little
into
creeks.
We did rope swings into the Delaware River. Yeah. We did all of that. Like I was a Poe mountain boy. You know what I mean? Like I didn't go to the beach. I went to quarries. You know what I mean? So like I understand the frantic nature about all of this, but like we've all done stupid stuff like this, and you look back on it, you're like, oh God, thank God I survived doing that. Right. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a lot of people commenting, and thank you, Dan Borowski. Here's an eyewitness, Mike, who was on the beach. Let's hear the latest from him.
Well, I said a prayer for the family. God bless them.
Mike Acuff is still shaken hours after watching a young man go under the water off of 10th Street Beach and never resurface. Ocean City Police says it all unfolded before 5 Monday night.
There was like 5 or 6 of them. And then one of them started screaming that the other one went under. He couldn't see him. He couldn't find him.
According to the Coast Guard, 2 people were boogie boarding about 200 feet from the shoreline. One of the swimmers was rescued and told first responders the missing 20-year-old lost his boogie board and was hit by a wave. He never came back up.
His friends ran to call his mom over here, and he ran up to the boardwalk to get a cop. And the cop got, the medical people here in the fire trucks.
Local fire.
See, they tell you to be observant, and they were. They did everything right. And in fact, another of his buddies had to be rescued. It shows you how rough that surf was. And it'll bring up the issue once again in Ocean City and these shore towns. On a hot day like that,
bring out the lifeguards.
Bring out the lifeguards.
100%. Mike Fijian says it was low tide. The breakers are out like 50 yards or so. So, yeah, it's the truth. And that's why we brought up yesterday whether he was surfing or not, because I have surfed, and you have to go up pretty far in order to get, good waves. So that's why I'm wondering about the boogie board thing, if he was actually boogie boarding or surfing. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. But if he was, did he hit, because that 10th Street, you think about the rocks right there, and did he go under and then get swept and hit his head?
Yep.
And that's the fear, because obviously immediately they were looking for him, and he just vanished under the wave.
Jim Gamble in the YouTube chat says, I used to cliff jump in Slatington, PA.
Oh, my God.
The cliffs were easily 40 foot high. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was no joke. I mean, it really, and I was probably 15 or 16. You know what I mean? It's not like I was in my 20s or anything. So it was super dangerous. It was super dangerous because there also may have been, imbibing going on too. So you take all of that together, and I'm I did all this, and I probably shouldn't have, and I wouldn't allow my son to do it now. But you make stupid decisions sometimes when you're that age, and some of us survive it, some of us don't.
Well, and to your point, what I would say with regard to this is, you wonder what the cost of beach tags and everything, Ocean City, and now the Coast Guard. You think of this tragedy. Mm-hmm. And so I have no doubt it'll revive the debate once again. Why not just have any time people are going to go down there on a hot record heat day, like we had the 3 days. Why not just have, bring in those lifeguards? Because had lifeguards been on that beach, they would have been out there with ski-doos, and they would have been like, guys, you're out way too far.
Yep.
Move in. And they would have had the flags up, and you just go in between the flags, etc. And so it would have saved his life. There's just no question in my mind. Mm-hmm. And I'm out, me, because I have my, you guys, I don't even have to say it. Greg knows what I'm going to say. I would have been yelling at them. I would have been like, guys, they're out too far.
Michael, you're out too far. David!
Screaming my head off. And that's why, I would have been like, I need a ski-doo. Go out there. Come on, dingbats. In you go. But I'm sorry. Yeah, you guys can laugh at me, but that's just it.
No, I'm
the same way with my girls.
Yeah, right? I'm a Karen on the beach with my son. I'm like, no, totally. you I want a leash on him.
I'm a Karen with my girls in the parking lot at Kohl's.
Good.
Because they're not even watching where they're walking.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Girls, there's cars coming.
And the thing is, when you're that age, like anywhere from 16 to even, I'll say, 22, you think you're invincible.
Yes,
right?
That's my point. That's my point with all this.
That's
my point with all this. Is at that age, you don't think you're like nothing's going to happen to me. You know what I mean? I'm going to go out this far. And Sam Bluff by Sam says the reason they don't have lifeguards is because they're all in school. That's a good point.
Well, true. Yeah, we still have a couple more weeks.
It's a good point because it's usually college kids or high school kids that are doing it, and they're all still in school.
No lifeguards yet. No cart girls at the golf course yet.
No cart girls at the golf course.
Oh, for God's sake!
The struggle's real.
I mean, we don't have anybody. So we don't have anybody who.
Well, we need Hasselhoff. We need the Hoff.
Yeah, where's the Hoff?
Yeah,
where's Pam? Where's Yasmin?
Right. So quit complaining about the beach tags, because charge more for the beach tags and pay for somebody who's just out of school or an Ocean City cop who also is a strong swimmer or has a ski-doo, whatever.
Well, Michael has certification,
I know.
doesn't
Michael
he? Get his butt down there. Come on. Come on.
So speaking of the Coast Guard, we do have, for those of us who are Trumpaholics, I did enjoy this whole thing, but Dan Borowski grabbed a little clip of President Trump. He was having some fun, kind of riffing and praising our great Coast Guard at this wonderful graduation.
Through every generation, the heroes of the United States Coast Guard have lived by a creed of honor and bravery and sacrifice that have defied every storm, shipwreck, and every single enemy attack. In the hour of need, our Coast Guardsmen have brought hope to the hopeless and swept the innocent from the jaws of a raging sea, seas like nobody's ever seen before in some cases. Coast Guard warriors piloted the famous Higgins boats and delivered American liberation to beaches of Normandy and sailed through smoke and flame and gunfire to put the Marines and the Guadalcanal very much into play, and they patrolled the distant shores of Manila Bay and Mekong Delta and the Red Sea, and they patrolled them like nobody has ever been able to patrol them before or since. For decades, the men and women of this noble service have repeated an unofficial motto of pure, unyielding courage. It says, you have to go out, but you don't have to come back. That's a statement. You have to go, I think of that, you have to go out.
I like people who weren't captured.
But you don't have to go back. And you know what that means? That means danger.
That means
and
danger.
It's a statement that you live by. This is the unbelievable heroism and exceptional selflessness that lives in the soul of every single cadet on this field, every single one of you. And you've all been tested. You'll be tested further and probably at higher levels as your career goes on. But you've been very strongly tested, and you have what it takes.
No speeches on AI dangers or DEI or anything like that. Wow. Okay.
Now that was the formal part of his speech, which I thought was a well-written speech, and you could tell they were doing the cutaways, and they really meant a lot to the graduating cadets. But he went off. He riffed with these guys. And then they're coming up, and he's like, feel the arm on that guy. You don't want to stand next to a good-looking guy.
Yeah, he does have he has an ability to really make you feel good about yourself when you're there, like visiting the White House, right? He talks about all the athletes and how, oh, look how handsome this guy is, or he's got a rocket for an arm or things like that. He is really good at stroking people that he's there to praise.
Yeah,
by the way,
he is.
Bushwood Bro on the YouTube chat, going back to the that boogie boarder story, says, tell his parents that, Greg. Oops, we all did dumb S. Jerk off statement. And you said the same thing yesterday. Hey, bro. I'm not sitting here celebrating it. I'm just saying that we've all done dumb stuff, and I thank God that I'm still here.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Point.
That was my point. I'm not celebrating anything. I'm not saying, oops, sorry, we all did dumb stuff. Yeah, I know. It's all fall on his parents. It has nothing to do with what I said. I'm not making light of the story. I'm not making light of the situation. It's an awful story. I'm just trying to make it relatable because we've all done dumb stuff. That's why you're sitting there and I'm sitting here. So go F yourself. How about that, buddy? I'm sorry. You're right. I went too far.
We don't say.
I went too far.
What Greg? I'll Greg explain since I Trump-splained and now I Greg's. What Trump?
I always go too far.
What Trump? What Greg meant was before the grace of God go.
Thank you.
That's what he was saying in his Greg way.
Thank you, my Greg way.
Greg explaining.
There's also times where you challenge Mother Nature, and Mother Nature is not to be messed with.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like the guy that goes into the tiger cage. I wanted to get a picture, and then I lost my arm.
By the way, the 10 o'clock hour brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Find unbeatable savings on the hottest styles during Ashley's Memorial Day sale. Save up to 20% off on all Ashley Furniture, or enjoy 60 months no interest financing with no minimum purchase. These Memorial Day deals won't last long, so now's the time to upgrade. Shop today at Ashley. The news brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
And so sometimes I steal from Greg's.
Yes, you do.
Greg's cut sheet.
Wait, hang on. Tom and
you're looking at my script.
Tom and Medford wants to say something. What's up, Tom?
Hey, good morning, Greg. You need to have a meeting with yourself.
I'm about to do that.
Spanking machine.
I'm about to do that, Tom.
Yeah,
I apologize.
But I completely agreed with you earlier when you talked about critical thinking. And Dawn, I know you got two young sons, and I want to tell you, I was in 10th grade when I joined the volunteer ambulance squad in my community, and I completely understand why it costs more for boys to have car insurance than for girls.
Yeah.
And, we have to just pray for the kids' parents and family and accept the fact that young guys die from trauma and stupidity at a rate 7 or 8 times that young girls do.
Yeah.
Because our brains are not connected together until we're about 25.
100%.
That's true.
Yeah, so And you know, as terrible as it is to raise daughters, at least Nick has 2 girls and not 2 boys.
Yes. I thank God every day for that, Tom.
Well, he doesn't.
Yeah, man.
Tom, he doesn't know what he's in for yet. They're still.
No, he doesn't.
Wait till they're 16, because it'll make you crazy.
I got granddaughters who are going to turn 8 and 6 this summer, and I look at my son and I say, "You ain't seen nothing yet, pal. You think you were a pain in the rear end? Wait till they're teenagers."
Well played.
That's a lot of drama.
There he is.
Thanks,
Good job, Tom.
That was good. Very good. So I was about to say we'll pilfer from Greg's cut sheet. This is a local story about SEPTA because, you know, we're all getting ready for July 4th, of course, as we celebrate our nation's 250th birthday here in the birthplace of democracy, as we like to say. So SEPTA, they're running some testing, getting prepared. So this was the emergency stress test in Philadelphia. Let's check it out if we can.
This is a SEPTA stress test. They are looking to simulate conditions for July 4th. They expect 30,000 riders for the FIFA game alone. They add the entire system will be under stress with all of the events happening across the city. It's just a test.
My name's Alex. I'll be one of the controllers for today.
But simultaneous emergencies.
Sir, I need you to exit the station, please.
All happening below ground in the Walnut Locust Street subway station. Keep your eyes on this man in the salmon-colored shirt. He's leaving a backpack behind. Police believe it's suspicious. They've taped off the area. Meanwhile, there's commotion in the stairwell. This woman is acting out a medical emergency. There's also this man who can't find his child and a malfunction of police radio. SEPTA is bracing for what it says will be one of its busiest stretches, with tens of thousands of riders to manage.
We're simulating July 4th because we expect that to be, of all of the FIFA games, our busiest day, because we have a FIFA game at 5 o'clock, but we also have several July 4th America 250 activities happening.
Eventually, K-9 units respond. The suspicious backpack is checked out. The all clear is given.
If you haven't tested and evaluated that plan beforehand, that's a real risk.
SEPTA says there will be mistakes, and they add that is a good thing so that they can then fine-tune their plan as we work our way to the 4th of July.
Wow.
Joe Holden, CBS 3, thank you for that report.
Overwhelmed and underappreciated. All of those security guards, all those officers, those policemen and women out there, man. That's why we do what we do for Families Behind the Badge. I mean, guys like that, gals like that.
Yeah.
There's going to be all sorts of people either having medical emergencies or innocent mistakes or clearly breaking the law. And we know that they're really short-staffed, honestly.
Yeah, it's true. Which brings us to number 2 of our big 3, and that is, speaking of our hero cops, a lot of times, as Nick just said perfectly, you know, those who protect and serve just will tell you, oh, it's another day on the job. But we've really started every single day to pay tribute and think about those who protect and serve. And if you're listening, if you're watching, thank you, because we do appreciate you. So Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, the big bike ride coming up. We hope you join us. And that is coming up in July on Sunday, the 26th. Join us in the ride and please donate if you can't or if you can. We'd love to see you there, but you can still donate or even sponsor us, and just go make sure you click on Kayal Company team. That's down below, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, or GregStockerSucks.com. Here is, Dan Borowski found this, our hero cop of the day officer, a local or a Michigan officer, I should say. He finds, or not Michigan, that's our next story. Wait till you see that. This is an officer who is able to save a baby who is dropped from the window of a burning home. Unbelievable footage here. Let's take a look.
Sometimes words don't do a moment justice.
Hey, throw me your kid. Kicked off the swing.
This is one of those.
Okay, Yep, I got it. Second, 34 is fully involved. Hey, man.
Meet Michael Arnett, the Kalamazoo public safety officer behind the body camera video you just saw.
So how did you know it was the right move in the moment?
Well, I got a baby of my own, so I knew the first thing I want to do is at least get all the occupants outside of the house. Property can be replaced, obviously lives can't, so.
A fire at this home on Washington Avenue on May 15th quickly spread. there was no easy way out.
The only exit and entry was fully involved, so obviously that was no longer an option.
I got it. This was the option that police say likely saved the child's life. Tough call?
Yeah, it was a little adrenaline rush.
Mom is okay too. Arnett got a ladder and got her out.
She had pretty much zero hesitation on basically saving the child first.
In the moments before this one, Arnett feared the worst.
Dispatch said that they lost communication with the mother and the child, so obviously that kind of makes you worry a little bit.
Hi, Arnett. Hey, ma'am.
But Arnett would see the mom in the window.
Ma'am.
On this call, one choice that really wasn't a difficult choice at all.
Throw me your kid.
Changed.
Throw me
three
your
lives.
kid.
The officers, moms, and little girls.
Yeah, it's kind of one shot opportunity there.
That's awesome. Hopefully Kalamazoo does not believe in defunding the police like Detroit or perhaps Dearborn.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you don't hear much about defund the police anymore, and I'm thankful for that. But, you know, his quick instincts, those seconds matter because you're talking about smoke inhalation.
That's right.
So we thank Michael, our hero cop.
I like that.
You're going to like this, Nick. We're going to have a little fun with this. Big three, number 3. Oh, landlord live, I'll call this one. A landlord caught on camera taking, thank you, Dan, liberties, if you will, with his renter's residence. Unbelievable video. It's going viral. The local report from Michigan's Fox 2's Jessica Dupnack.
Never know what you're walking into when you come into work here at Fox 2 Roop. Now, the tenants in Westland, they say that the tenant and his special little friend, they position themselves right in front of the security camera. We had to look at all that footage. Very clear what they're doing. We paid a visit to that tenant to see what he had to say for himself.
He walked back and forth through here naked and.
What do you do in the kitchen?
He put a mask on.
With some kind of rag or something?
I don't know. I might have been trying to make a sandwich, but I don't know. It's creepy.
Their landlord was supposed to be removing dead birds from the attic. Instead, he was giving a lesson on the birds and the bees on camera.
Oh my God!
So
look
we're
at
having
this.
relations.
The foot is up.
He's naked.
The foot is up.
This is so disgusting if you're watching. So they have security camera, and this guy is walking around naked, no underwear, nothing.
Yes.
Ew. And sitting on their couch naked with the
legs up. Spread eagle.
Is
that another leg over there?
With his swamp butt. You know what I mean? On their couch. Ew.
Rent was late, so now your living room is romper room.
Oh gosh!
But
on
that's
camera.
not all.
So right now
You
we're
see
kind of
what he's
standing at the
doing?
scene of the crime. What did you guys do? Did you clean before you?
Most definitely. My wife, she's germophobic, so I had to most definitely clean it before she even stepped in anywhere in this
poor man has a mask
house.
on.
Period.
It allegedly happened Monday in Westland while Javon Crawford and his wife were in the hospital with his sick grandma. His wife started getting alerts from their security cameras on her phone.
She just pointed the phone to me, and I seen him just doing what he was doing right here in our house.
Having relations.
It was live footage.
Oh my God!
He's
bonnet down, legs up for about an hour.
An hour.
If this guy's done this before.
So you're seeing him sort of bobbing up and down, and then you see the lady's legs are up. Like, yeah, they're having relations on this couple's couch, naked. That is, I would say, buy me a new couch.
I'm bobbing and weaving.
Yeah.
Stop.
Your body down, legs up is what
She's
the
funny.
reporter said.
It happened that fast.
Time stamped and everything.
Bonnet down, legs up for about an hour. I'm wondering too if this guy's done this before. He seems so comfortable.
Too comfortable. So I know for a fact that somebody that comfortable, what else could be done?
That landlord has some explaining to do. We tracked him to his Canton Township home. Is this you, naked in a tenant's home? What? The Crawfords have handed that X-rated film over to police.
Get out of here.
How hard is it going to be next month to cut that check to him?
It's gonna be hard. I'm gonna probably write some languages on the back of the check for him to transfer to him.
Special memo.
Yeah, special memo. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, Dawn, an hour.
An hour is impressive. I got to give it to him. I mean, the landlord, he's like, I don't know, he's, 65, 70-ish an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, like, So,
I mean, I'm on the side of the tenant, but I've got to deduct at least 1 point. I mean, I know the tenant said that the wife is a germaphobe, but like, bro, the mask, really?
I think he's doing that for effect, just to make the point that it is disgusting. I mean, to have these people
right here in our house,
smushing their
it was live.
Yeah.
Live footage.
Smushing their privates all over your furniture.
Hairy balls.
And like you're with a lady exchanging bodily fluids all over their furniture. Come on.
Big balls.
That's nasty.
It is. Boy, a lot of stuff coming out of Michigan.
Yeah, too. They were both Michigan stories.
Yeah.
The hero cop and the landlord, who has a lot of stamina.
I mean,
so there's that.
Does he have legal recourse here? I mean, there's always court cases with tenants and landlords. I mean, can he sue? I don't even know what his path for restoration would be. I guess a new couch.
I mean,
is it his couch or is it a furnished apartment?
Right? Is he getting it? Did he get it at Bucks County Estate Traders?
Yeah, I'd want. Yeah, that's just it. To say we want new furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders.
Right.
We want, or I don't
down, legs up for about an hour.
For an hour, and just rolling around all over your. And by the way, that's where their camera is. So what did they do in the couple's bedroom?
Right. I'm telling you, man.
Ew.
Nothing. I think we've reached a day and age where it's absolutely justified to have cameras in your own home.
Yes.
Right. Remember
totally.
the home care issue where somebody was having a home care provider come in and help their mother-in-law or grandmother, and they were abusing them, and it was caught on tape. Yeah.
Now, so no word whether or not the landlord. I mean, here's the thing about it: the couple, they call a news reporter. See, I think some people would have called the landlord and said, I could put this online. I could just post it publicly, or you could give me a 30%, decrease in my rent.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Is that illegal?
I mean,
is this technically blackmail or something? I don't know.
At a bare minimum, you got to disinfect
Really?
the couch and rugs, right?
Yeah.
I do have an update. This guy is now sponsored by Blue Chew.
Yeah. Well, after all,
The biggest load that we've seen.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. And, here's this nice young couple, and they're visiting the grandma, and they say, hey, there were some dead birds in the attic, and they think the landlord's there, just a good guy cleaning up, being a good landlord.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And the other thing is that we don't know, is the landlord, who is the lady who the landlord is with?
That's right.
Does he have a wife?
Oh.
Is that why he's in the rental property?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So the landlord may be in a whole boatload of trouble.
That's right. He might own 7 homes, and he's like, honey, I'm going to be over at property 5 for the next hour plus.
He's I got to clean up some birds for my tenant. Now the wife is excellent penetrator. Ew. All right, that's it for us. We have Dr. Mark Siegel coming up. We'll talk about a lot of health news, including the Ebola update with a locally connected doctor. A lot of questions to ask the good doctor, and a lot of updates. And we'll update you on local Congressman Fitzpatrick making local headlines because now in this feud, if you will, with President Trump. All of that. The Dawn Show continues after this. Greg has already, I don't know, maybe he's run out to one of his big corporate meetings.
He had a meeting with himself.
Nick has tea time and lunch plans. So Dan Borowski, executive producer, Jimmy Kelly, we're here and we'll continue on locally live. Dawn Show continues right after this.
Spring is here, and so are the spring specials at Suburban Marble and Granite. Now is the perfect time to transform your home with premium stone and quality craftsmanship at up to 50% off as they bring in more inventory, select